We are on the record. The time is 10:04. Today is March 3rd, 2020. This is the video deposition of Akinyemi Borisade in the matter of Mayra Martinez versus Sheriff Mike Williams et al. Would counsel please identify themselves for the record, and the court reporter will swear in the witness.
John Phillips for Mayra Martinez.
Kirby Johnson, also for the plaintiff Mayra Martinez.
Michelle Holbert, also for plaintiff Mayra Martinez.
Paul Darajati for defendant Akinyemi Borisade.
Sean Granite for Vickery, Andres and Chastain.
Gabby Young for Sheriff Mike Williams.
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Do we need to get Sean on the other Sean on the phone?
Yes.
You want to go off the record while you do that?
Yes.
Okay, we're going off 10:05. We're back on the record at 10:19.
All right, Sean Cologne, on behalf of the defendants, Emperors Incorporated, doing business as Scores, from the law offices of Blue Pluro.
Thank you, sir. Please state your full name for the record.
Akinyemi Borisade.
Absolutely, Sean Cologne.
Sorry.
Seaneolon.
Sorry, Sean, I was not deposing you. I was going for Mr. Borisade.
Okay. Sorry.
One more time, please.
Akinyemi Borisade.
Okay. I want to get your name correct.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not going to use your first name out of respect for the process and respect for you. I understand you go by Yemi?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Borisade?
Borisade, like the singer.
Borisade.
Yes, sir.
Okay. If I'm trying, I want to get it perfect. One more time.
Borisade.
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 Yes, sir.
It's like a sh.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay.
Like the singer from the 80s, Sade.
Sade. Yeah, Borisade. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. My name is John Phillips. We haven't had the opportunity to meet. I represent Mayra Martinez. Obviously, there's a lawsuit going on and things are adversarial with court proceedings. My job today is to not be adversarial at all. I've got some questions, but my ultimate responsibility is to be polite and professional. And if at any point I venture from that, I hope all these lawyers will call me out on it, okay?
Yes, sir.
We've got enough to deal with and to make this uncomfortable. Have you ever had your deposition taken before?
Not regarding this situation, no, sir.
Okay. Have you ever had your deposition taken in any other context?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I may ask about that, but the reason we ask is because you either know the rules of a deposition or you don't. I'll run through them just so that I know I did. We're obviously dealing with a court reporter who's taking down everything we say. For that reason, we need to make sure we take turns. In human conversation, we kind of anticipate what somebody's going to say next, and we're ready. We can shorthand conversation, is the way I put it. Today we can't. We got a long format. And secondly, we say uh-huhs and uh-uhs and things like that and head nods in normal conversation. We got to try to be formal with it. Is that
Yes,
okay?
sir.
This is not a marathon or duration test. If you need a break for any reason, take it. A lunch is available to us. We can take it. It will be a few hours that I have questions. And, you know, we're here at yours and all the attorneys' convenience. And so, you know, again, if you need to take a break, feel free to do so. The only thing I ask is that a question not be pending when you take a break.
Yes, sir.
Because you're not allowed to kind of mid-question consult with an attorney unless some particular need arises. Are you under the influence of any medication or, I don't think this to be the case, but any sickness or mental illness or drug that would affect your ability to recall and testify today in particular?
No, sir.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about yourself. How long have you lived in Jacksonville?
All my life.
Okay. Where did you go to school?
Elementary,
Sure.
Brookview Elementary.
Okay.
Over on the south side.
And to high school?
High school, Sandalwood High School,
Okay.
and Paxton.
Okay.
high school.
College?
College UNF
And-
for bachelorette. And I got my master's from Nova Southeastern online.
Okay. Tell me about your college experience. What did you study?
Criminal justice and political science minor.
Okay. What was your intent?
Become a law enforcement officer.
Okay. And did you apply? So, and a lot of questions I'm asking because some attorneys know the answer, some I just don't know. Obviously, things about you in particular I may not know. But related to becoming a law enforcement officer, particularly with JSO, what was required?
As far as what? Can you please?
Education and experience?
At the time, I believe they were under the old policy as far as applying. So you needed to have, I guess, a few years of education and I believe 1 year of experience. If I'm not, it was a while ago when I did apply, so I can't recall the exact standards that they had set.
Would you have qualified with a bachelor's degree?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you went on and got a master's degree?
Yes, sir.
Before you applied?
Yes, sir.
What did you do? Did you have post high school? I'm not concerned with where you worked in high school, but where did you work? Did you work while you were in college?
I worked a little bit while I was in college. I worked out on campus in the student government office. From there, I got my internship at the Children's Home Society. I worked as an agent of DCF, of course, helping families in the area. Worked in the STEPS family program, strengthening, empowering, and family ties. From there, I worked at JFRD as a dispatcher, and I did that for some time. That's when I got my master's, and I left there to pursue my master's full time. After that, I worked at MHRC, Mental Health Resource Center.
Okay.
And I was a family service counselor there as well. Much of the same work with DCF, foster care, worked with Judge Gooding. And then from there is when I applied to JSO and got on with them.
Okay. You nervous today?
No, sir.
Okay. You got a little, you got a little something on your lip, just kind of, I want
Yes,
you
sir.
looking.
Thank you.
Okay. So, in college or while you were getting your master's, you indicated JFRD. When was JFRD?
That was, I want to say, August 2012 to October of 2013.
Which would have coincided with what part of your education or none?
I was done with
Okay.
my bachelor degree at that point, and I was just working full time. And then I started my master's that fall and obtained it that following spring.
Okay. What did you do for the Jacksonville Fire and Rescue Department?
I was a communications dispatcher, so answer 911, dispatch units, take turns on the radio, CAD,
Okay.
and whatnot.
No EMT?
No, sir.
Okay. Didn't go out on calls?
No, sir.
Okay. What was your master's degree education? What was your area of study there?
Area study was criminal justice as well, Master of Science, and then specialization was forensic studies.
Okay. Again, with an intent to do what?
Just become a law enforcement officer. That's something that I've always wanted to do growing up.
Okay.
So I figured a master's would help achieve that even further.
Had you applied for any law enforcement related positions before applying with JSO?
No, sir.
Okay.
I know JSO had like a hiring freeze at one point, so that kind of delayed the process as far as getting on with them. And that's why I worked at other places, just to, I guess, gain experience as far as dealing with people in traumatic situations, removal of kids from homes, child abuse and all that.
Did you have any family in law enforcement?
No, sir.
I've got to ask a question just because it's not a disclosure by any stretch of the imagination. Odd Rod. Do you know who Odd Rod is?
My brother.
Okay.
He works for you.
He has, yeah. And I wasn't sure. So he's your brother? Okay. Any other family in town?
I have a brother and sister as well.
Okay.
2 brothers, 1 sister.
Okay. Rod being one of them.
He's the older one. He's at Alabama now, currently
Okay.
getting his master's.
Okay. University of Alabama?
Yes, sir.
Good for Rod. For anywhere, but in particular, I went there. So, anyway, okay. So, I think I asked this. So, no other law enforcement in your family?
No, sir.
Why law enforcement?
Growing up, I just watched cops a lot with my dad, and I've always been drawn to it, and just wanted to help others be there in their time of need, be the calm in the storm. I mean, the main goal was to get on with patrol and then be a homicide detective. It's always been my interest.
The calm in the storm. Would you describe what happened on April 26, 2016 as a storm?
Wasn't the date the 27th?
27th. Sorry, let me start that over. Would you describe what happened on April 27th, 2016 as a storm?
Not necessarily a storm. I'd say the most stressful situation I've been into in my brief career.
Okay. How long were you in law enforcement at that point?
There are certain phases. You go through training. I started in March of 2015 as far as the academy, and that class ended October 31st, I believe. We started FTO. FTO lasted about 3 months, if I can recall correctly. And I was on my own starting in February, if I'm not mistaken. So I was on my own until that situation for about 2 months and a half, roughly.
Let me go back through that. So, I assume when we've talked a little bit about it, there's a process or an application process to become a JSO officer.
Yes, sir.
JSO standing for Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. We agree that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is that process?
You apply, you do a PAT based off like a obstacle course. From there, you do a panel interview. I believe there's a writing test. I'm not sure if this process has changed at all.
Certainly. I want to know the process you went through.
There's a polygraph, there's a psychological exam, and there's a medical examination as well.
And then they tell you whether you move forward?
Yeah, there's steps. It's all ordered. I'm not sure of the correct order
Okay.
at this time, but each step you have to pass in order to go to the next and reach a job offer.
Okay. And you were, were you offered a job with JSO?
I would say mid-February, if I can recall correctly.
Okay, of
2015.
15. And at what point do you go to the police academy?
March 2nd.
Okay.
That's the first day.
So they say, hey, you fulfill all of our needs, you qualify for further training, you start police academy March 2nd.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What, compared to like an undergraduate curriculum, how is police academy? Explain it to the layperson what you learn and what you do in police academy.
It's a broad question.
Okay. And that you got part of the introduction that I missed. If you don't understand my question, or if it's too broad, let me know.
Yes, sir.
I only want to ask fair questions that you understand. And if you answer my question, I'm assuming you understood it. So
Yes, sir.
perfect example. What do you do? And I'm probably going to mess up and make it broader. But let me start broad and see if we can get specific. What is police academy like? If a friend asks you, they were interested in being a law enforcement officer, and they say, I just want to know more about police academy. How would you describe it?
It's not what you see on TV or in movies. That's kind of advertised as far as like police academy movies and
Right.
whatnot. It's more militaristic as far as JSO's academy. As far as college and how it relates to that, I would say college, there's no boundaries as far as what you can and cannot do or won't do. College, I mean, you could fail if you want to fail or pass if you want to pass, really.
Right.
Police academy, there's certain standards that have to be met. I believe you're allowed to fail certain tests as far as regarding like statutes or general orders. I believe the amount was 3 or 5 times. I can't recall. There's high liability training. You can only fail, I believe, twice throughout the whole high liabilities. So it's just a high standard.
Okay. What does high liabilities mean?
High liabilities are the areas in policing where you yourself or somebody else or the agency could be held liable for your actions as far as whether it be self-defense, driving, firearms, in that regard.
Was this a high liability situation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In what way?
In the way force was used.
Okay. Tell me more about the high liability class with JSO. Like, I don't understand, short of the TV stuff and not the comedy police academy movies, but the ones that, are based upon reality, quote unquote.
There's defensive tactics, driving, where they teach you how to like maneuver a vehicle in a certain way in the event, say you're skidding on a wet road, or how to properly back into an area. It starts off really basic as far as each area, just to have like a foundation set.
Okay. How many hours a week or weeks a year? How long is the coursework?
Well, you're paid, so you're there from 9 to 5. Of
Okay.
course, it's your job. You're 9 to 5 Monday through Friday. Sometimes you're asked to help on the weekends, like I did with the Lonzy Barton search in the landfill. So you can be asked more outside of the frame.
Is that where community service officers come in, or no? So when you did the Lonzy Barton search, were you a community service officer? Or were
I was
you
still a
JSO?
recruit.
Okay, you're a recruit.
Yes, sir.
Community service officer not trained through that program, am I right or no?
No, sir. Their program is different from what I believe. That program was installed, I believe, after the situation arose.
Okay,
So I wouldn't be able to speak to what they do.
fair enough. So when did you graduate from, is police academy a fair way to put it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's fair.
When did you graduate?
October.
Okay. So March to October, basically a full-time 40-hour-a-week job through that period.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I believe to get certified, it's like 770 hours. 770.
770.
Yes, sir.
There are tests throughout that process.
Yes, sir. Your test, you have to pass each test. That's what I was speaking to earlier. As far as you being allowed to fail, I'm not sure if it's 3 or 5.
Okay.
I know every academy is different.
Physical tests too? Running, agility? I mean, do you have any level of physical requirement at police academy?
You PT roughly, at minimum, I'd say 3 times a week, but it's not necessarily a test that you have to pass. It's as long as you pass the obstacle course, which is, I guess, the standard set by the agency
Okay.
at the end. And that's the same obstacle course that's given when you apply through go through the application process.
Who were your instructors?
Officer Lozada, I believe he's a sergeant now, and Officer, I believe it was Darian Thomas, but I believe he's retired
Okay.
at this point.
They taught you all 770 hours?
Yes, sir. And there were other instructors there as well that would just help out.
Okay. So then, come October of 2015, FTO, Field Training Officer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we got to explain it to the lay people too when we use letters. What did you do what was the FTO process like? What was being an FTO like?
Much like the academy, I mean, you learn, but it's more hands-on because you're riding with an officer, and they're kind of showing you their characteristics, the things that they picked up throughout the years, as far as applying what's learned.
Is there a certain rank or level of experience that FTOs get paired with? Does that question make sense? Are there, do you have to have 5 years of experience or whatever, do you know, to be paired with an FTO?
I believe it's 2, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Who were you training with?
Michael Key was the officer in Zone 3. And Officer Talenci was in Zone 2. And Officer Highfield was in Zone 4 on the west side.
Okay. And that lasted about 3 months?
3 to 4. Or I can't really recall the exact time frame. It was a while ago.
Do you have your law enforcement certificate at that point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you get that upon graduation?
Yes, sir. In October.
Okay. Was Vickery in your class?
He came in once our class finished the I guess the general instruction portion, and we moved to certain high liabilities. That's when they installed more members in my class, people from corrections and FHP, other agencies that are already certified.
Okay.
So they're kind of like cross-training.
Okay.
And that's when they dropped in. I think that was in August of that year, if I'm not mistaken.
So 3 to 4 months of FTO, and then what happens?
You get your zone and just report.
Okay. What zone were you assigned?
I was assigned Zone 3, Golf 1, which is kind of like this area, and Southside, Phillips, Emerson, mainly.
Were you there the whole time?
As far as
Were
when?
you assigned to that zone the whole time?
No, I switched.
Okay. When did you switch?
I believe I switched to Watch 3 in, might have been in April.
Okay.
On Watch 3, I was in Zone 2.
What was your understanding? So through this, we've kind of learned that you were a probationary officer, right?
Correct.
What was your understanding of the probationary period?
If you make it through 1 year, then you're a fully vested employee with the city.
Okay.
That's all I understood.
Okay. Were you a member of the union as a probationary employee?
The union FOP?
Correct.
No, sir. I don't believe so.
Okay. And I skip around a little bit because I just don't go off of an outline. I try to have a conversation in a deposition format. But did you have are you aware of any insurance policies that you had as an individual or that applied to you through your force that would have covered this incident?
No, sir.
Okay. Ultimately, how did you come to leave JSO?
Can you be more specific?
Yeah. Why are you no longer with JSO?
Because of the incident that occurred on the 27th of April, 2016.
And we'll get into that, but how were you first informed that relationship was severed? I assume, and obviously I'm asking questions knowing some of the answers, but how were you informed that you were no longer an employee of JSO?
I went to teleserve the day after because I was still on my work cycle. From there, somebody came and got me. I can't remember who it was. And they said I was being arrested and
Apologies.
they said I was being arrested and separated from the agency at that point.
What is teleserve?
Teleserve is a unit within the department where, say, you have nonviolent crimes, property crimes, or crimes that don't necessarily need an officer to respond. So you can call in on a non-emergency line, be transferred to teleserve, and you can report your crime, and it'll be documented.
Okay. So why were you reporting to teleserve?
That's where they assigned me
Okay.
the day after.
Okay. So you went where they told you to go, and they told you you were being fired and arrested.
Yes, sir.
Were you handcuffed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Did you appeal, arbitrate, or otherwise try to dispute that decision of termination?
I didn't know, I wasn't aware of any methods to do so at the time. And it was all just like a whirlwind in a sense. So I was more so concerned about my family
Okay.
than anything else.
Okay. What do you mean by that?
Just as far as like how the situation would affect them.
Okay. Okay. Before this arrest, had you ever been arrested?
Not arrested.
Okay. What was the deal, and I only know it from what was in the media, what was the deal with a prior theft or shoplifting issue?
Yes, sir. I was issued a NTA for theft, hanging out with the wrong friends at the time.
Okay.
Stupid decision.
Okay. Any other arrests or NTAs other than traffic, vehicular traffic citations, any other arrests or criminal issues before April 27th?
No, sir.
Okay. Any sense?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay. What are you doing now? Where are you employed?
Covering Bridge Group.
Okay. I understand you've gotten more education, or you're still in school or went back to school?
Oh, yes, sir. I went back to school. Currently in a coding boot camp, learning how to code.
Okay.
So,
Like computer coding?
yes, sir.
Okay. I'm assuming, have you let go or of your lifelong ambition to be a law enforcement officer?
No, sir.
Okay.
I've applied to places.
What's been the response?
Varying responses. Certain people say they'll help out. Certain people say they wouldn't touch me with a 10-foot pole. No response at times. No, rejection.
Okay. As a part of this civil lawsuit, we filed a lawsuit against you. You're aware of that. It took over a year for there to be a response on your behalf. Were you aware of that?
No, sir.
Okay. And I don't want to know, and your attorney will certainly object and deserves to object about any conversations between you two. Have you had any conversations with the city of Jacksonville or Jacksonville Sheriff's Office lawyers before today?
No, sir.
Okay. When did you first hire okay, so let me start back with the criminal. So you were charged with a crime, and ultimately you hired a criminal lawyer.
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
That was First name is Phil. The last name is slipping my mind at the moment.
Okay. And he handled the criminal case.
Yes.
When did you first find out there would be a civil case?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall getting served with a complaint?
I do.
Okay.
Yes, sir. About I'm not sure of the date.
Okay. Did you do you know if you spoke with a lawyer like right after you were served with the civil complaint?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you talk to your criminal lawyer about the civil case?
I believe I spoke to him about it in passing.
And I don't want to know what you talked about, but I just want to know if you talked to him.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. I think I can ask this question. Did you pay for your current lawyer? Did you retain him?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know who retained him on your behalf?
No, sir.
Okay. What is your understanding of who's paying him?
Check the form. Go ahead and answer if you know it.
I'm unaware. I believe it's something that he felt inclined to do, just wanting to help me.
Okay. Okay. Do you know if we call that pro bono. Do you know if he's representing you for free or if somebody's paying him?
I never asked him about finances or anything.
So as good investigators and good lawyers do, I hopped on your LinkedIn last night. I guess this is your LinkedIn. Are you currently at University of Central Florida?
Yes, sir. That's what the coding boot camp is through.
Is that an online course as well?
Yes, sir.
Bless you. Okay. Is your Florida law enforcement officer certificate still active? What's your understanding of that?
It's currently active. Yes, sir. But there's stipulations to it if I were to get employed by another Florida agency.
What's your understanding of the stipulations?
I'd be on like a probation type of installment where I couldn't do anything, I guess, wrong for a year, and then it would remain in good standing, and I have to do a defensive tactics course training as well.
Okay. Obviously, we're almost 4 years removed from this incident. How do you feel about it now?
Check the form. You can answer it if you can.
I feel like it's kind of an open-ended question. I mean, there's a lot of feelings that go into it when you look back on it and what happened. You wish it didn't, of course. You go through that feeling and emotion. You pray for just change and growth for everybody involved. You pray that everybody's doing better than that night. Just want to move on.
Okay, I appreciate that. Do you feel like you were the calm in the storm that night?
Objection form.
I believe I said that it wasn't a storm that night.
Okay. Circle back. but keep reminding me. Has anybody talked to you about Florida law on cases like this?
In what regard?
About who is liable, whether the JSO is liable or you're liable, and how that all works?
No, sir.
Okay. I guess that was a bad question because again, I don't want to know about conversations with you and your lawyer, but I've met besides that.
Thank you.
Did I have another copy? I just highlighted section 76828, paragraph 9A, the last sentence, but I want you to read 76828, 9A, and I understand you're not a lawyer, but I would like you to just familiarize yourself with that. I might get him, but. Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Small stuff.
Let me know when you're done reading.
Yes, sir.
I should have done 4 of everything.
I'm done.
Okay. As a law enforcement officer, you'll agree with me that you are required to read, generally understand, and interpret Florida law.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now maybe this isn't a criminal statute, so maybe this one wouldn't apply from the standpoint of enforcement. That's fair.
Yes, sir.
The highlighted sentence, may I?
Yes, sir.
The state or its subdivisions shall not be liable in tort for the acts or omissions of an officer, employee, or agent committed while acting outside the course and scope of his or her or his employment, or committed in bad faith with malicious purpose, or in any manner exhibiting wanton or willful disregard for human rights, safety, or property. So, as I understand it, in this case, the city of Jacksonville Sheriff's Office is saying they're not responsible because you acted outside the course and scope of your employment, or committed bad faith, or were malicious in purpose, or in a manner exhibiting wanton or willful disregard for human rights, safety, or property when you encountered Ms. Martinez. Do you agree with that?
Object this form.
Join.
No, sir.
Okay. Outside the course and scope of your employment. How was this? Let's start at scores. Okay. What happened?
In reference to this statute?
No. We'll come back to the statute. But I want to get, so my deposition is going to be in a couple of different parts. Let me give you a map. 1, background. We got most of that done. 2, what happened, part A, part B. And we're going to go through it. 3 will be videos, potentially, and go back through and just see what things you said. I might have some questions, particularly with the integrity interview.
Yes, sir.
And then 4 will be wrap up on a wild bunch of things. So I wanted to introduce that statute to you first because I wanted you to understand this bit of contention on course and scope of employment. And because I'm going to ask you repeatedly, were you acting in the course and scope of your employment? And I want to make sure you know what that means. You know what that means?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What does that mean?
I interpret it as being, or as acting within the general orders.
Okay. I agree. And in training,
Right.
right? Were you trained to use force by JSO?
Various types. Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you feel that anything at the Scores parking lot was outside of your training, that you acted outside of your training?
No, sir.
Pretrial detention facility, do you feel like you acted outside of your training at the pretrial detention facility?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you understand that in a very, and it's going to draw every objection, watch this, in a very short way of putting it, the city wants this to be outside the course and scope of your employment so that they're not responsible.
Object the form.
Objection.
Even your own lawyer's objecting to that.
I didn't hear a question.
I ain't gotten there yet. Do you understand from that statute why?
Objection of form.
Okay.
I believe a lot of the general orders can be very black and white,
Okay.
and there's a gray area that isn't worded.
Okay.
So things can be interpreted differently or left for interpretation.
Okay. And we'll get into that. Do you understand the concept of immunity
In reference to,
to this case?
Object the form.
Okay. Do you understand that if you were acting, based upon the statute that I showed you, that if you were acting outside of the course and scope of your employment, the city's immune,
Objection of
Object.
form.
potentially?
Join.
They're not responsible.
Objection of form.
You understand that?
yes, sir, but I'm only
Objection of
saying
form.
yes, sir, not because you're shaking your head yes, but because I believe, I understand, yes.
And don't let my body mechanics influence your decisions. I think you're sharper than that.
Yes, sir.
And by the same opposite, I guess, equation, if you were acting inside the course and scope of your employment, the city is not immune, and you may be immune. Do you understand that?
Objection.
Yes, sir.
Okay. and we'll talk a lot about course and scope, because I think there's a lot of little things to break down. But let me get this out of the way. Wanton and willful disregard of human rights, safety, or property. Ms. Martinez isn't contending that you did that. Did you exhibit wanton or willful disregard of her safety at any point?
Objection.
Objection.
Objection to form.
No, sir.
Okay. Did you do anything with a malicious purpose related to Ms. Martinez?
No, sir.
Objection to form.
Okay. Did you commit anything in bad faith related to Ms. Martinez?
No, sir.
Objection to form.
Okay. I don't know why I'm thinking April 26th. Okay, so April 27th, you're riding around in your car, right?
Yes, sir.
What happens?
In reference to the call, I received a signal 2 and 63 which is a dispute involving somebody who's intoxicated. Sorry. Dispute involving somebody who's intoxicated, and I'm on the call as a backup officer. I'm responding to the incident, and Vickery is the primary officer. He tells me through I believe a CAD message saying that he's going to be a little bit late to the scene. I said, okay, I'll go ahead and make contact. I did so. When I got there, I met Miss Martinez in the parking lot, and she was already distraught, saying that she'd been fired and she doesn't know what the fuck is going on, and she just wants to get her stuff. So I tell her, you need to slow down and just explain everything to me. She tells me that this place fired her for no reason, and she just wants her stuff so she can leave, and she's just irate and using more of the same language. At that point, I mean, I could smell the liquor coming from her at that point, and I tell her to just wait here so I can go talk to the management. I believe he was a DJ acting as a manager, so I'm not sure of his name. Might have been DJ Madden, if I'm not mistaken.
I think that's right.
I meet him in the foyer area inside Scores, and he tells me that Miss Martinez had been fired, and it was her first day, and she showed up to work high or on some type of substance, and she had been grabbing patrons' genitalia, including his, and running around the establishment naked, and that they do not do that there, and that she had a bunch of shots while inside as well, prior to her getting fired, and said that he wanted her gone, but she would not leave after he told her that she had to go and that she was fired. I said, okay, well, let me go talk to her and see if I can diffuse the situation more and see if I can get a better understanding of her side of the story.
Okay. And I'm going to stop you at certain nuggets and then go through that narrative,
Mm-hmm.
okay? What is your understanding of a club like Score's ability to serve alcohol to dancers? Do you know whether they're allowed to?
I'm not privy to their practices.
Okay. Are you privy to the city municipal code?
Not regarding what they can do as far as serving liquor to their dancers if they're over age, no.
Okay. You don't know whether that's illegal or legal?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you ever been, prior to this official occasion, had you ever been to Scores?
No, sir.
Had you ever been to a gentleman's club?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I don't want to get in, to too much of your business. Had you been to a gentleman's club in Jacksonville?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Had you seen, in your prior experiences as just entering a gentleman's club, whether women were topless, nude, or clothed?
Yes, sir.
Have you seen topless women in a gentleman's club in Jacksonville?
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether that's illegal?
By law, no. No, sir.
Okay. So you're not aware of code that says that if you're serving alcohol, that the dancers have to be clothed?
If you're serving alcohol?
Yes.
No, sir. I'm not aware of any
Okay.
municipal code.
Are you, what were you called? Like what rank or what level of officer, sheriff's officer, were you at that time?
Patrol officer.
Okay, patrol officer. Do you know if patrol officers were responsible for regulating gentlemen's clubs generally in Jacksonville?
What do you mean as far as regulating?
I mean whether they're violating municipal code related to alcohol service or nudity.
No, sir.
Okay. At this point, you didn't do any, is it fair to say you didn't do any investigation of Madden's background or Martinez's background? You were just taking them as you encountered them. Is that fair?
Yes, sir. That's
Okay.
fair.
Okay. So regardless, at this point, we have, and make sure this is a fair summary, we have a person outside, female outside of the club when you pull up. She's apparently been kicked out,
Yes, sir.
and you go inside. He said she's been kicked out, but they still have her stuff, right?
He didn't. He did not tell me that.
Okay,
That
you
they
didn't
still
know
had
it at
their
that
stuff.
time?
Yes, I didn't know that at that time.
Okay.
He just said that he wanted her gone and that she wasn't leaving.
Okay.
And informed me of her behavior inside.
Would you agree with me that keeping somebody's stuff while kicking them out could be considered theft?
Objective form.
No, sir.
Okay,
You could forget to give somebody their things.
fair enough. Do you agree with me then, if it's not theft, that they're at least entitled to it back before they leave?
Certainly, but what if that person left in an altered state and they didn't know they left it in there? Like,
Okay.
they forgot.
Okay. Fair enough. Is that what happened here? Do you know?
How would I know?
Okay. You were the officer investigating what happened here, though, weren't you?
But that would have happened prior to me getting there, right?
Okay. It would have, but don't you always respond to calls after something's happened?
Correct.
Okay. And it's your job to figure out what happened and determine whether a law was violated?
Correct.
Okay. So, at that point, at the point you walked back out to Ms. Martinez, had you determined whether a law was violated?
So far, yes, sir. Laws were violated.
At that point, what laws were violated?
You have a victim saying that his genitalia was grabbed without his wanting, so that's a battery
Okay.
at that point. And then I had to issue the trespass warning, which I had not gotten to before you stopped me.
Okay. Did you ever charge her with battery
No, sir.
of one of the people inside?
No, sir.
Okay. And you didn't charge her with any alcohol-related crimes, did you?
No, sir.
Okay.
I didn't. You encounter a lot of people. I didn't want to do that to her. I believe it's just a bad time.
Okay, fair.
So,
So let's continue the narrative at where you were. So you were going back outside to re-encounter Miss Martinez. Tell us what happened next.
going back outside to re-encounter her, I believe that's when Officer Vickery pulled up. I can't recall exactly if he was already talking to her or if I stopped him and informed him what I already learned at that time, since it was so long ago. But either way, he was caught up to speed as far as what occurred.
Okay.
And I know we spoke to Miss Martinez again, saying that she had been trespassed and the owner does not want her on the premise or around the dwelling, and that she needed to leave or call a ride so that way she could not violate the trespass after the warning that was being issued to her.
Okay.
And then that's when she went on to say that her purse was still inside and it had her ID in it, and I believe phone and money, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
And I told her that I would go get it, and I did so while leaving Vickery with her. And of course, during that conversation, she's still saying, I didn't do anything wrong. I don't know what the fuck is going on, and why the hell are y'all doing this? Just certain obscenities like that. And I went inside, got the purse. Oh, actually, I went inside. I informed DJ Madden that she left her purse in there, and I believe that's when he stated, oh, okay, we didn't even realize it was still here. And that's when he went and retrieved it from the, I guess, back lockers. I didn't follow him all the way back there. I stayed in the foyer area. And I retrieved the purse. It was a black purse. And I went outside and met with the Officer Vickery again and Miss Martinez.
Okay.
You want me to keep going? Or?
Yes, please.
All right. Met with her. She's going through her belongings, making sure everything's there, I'm assuming. She gets on the phone, and it's unknown who she's on the phone with. She's saying, I just got effing fired. I don't know what the fuck I'm going to do. Where the hell am I going to go? Can you come get me? And I asked her if I can speak with the person that's on the phone, and she lets me. From there, I asked that person where they are. They say Orlando, and that they can't come get her right now. I said okay. I asked the person on the phone if she's taking anything that they are aware of as far as the substance, and they said Valium. That she took Valium, and that she does other drugs, but it's not known. It couldn't be verified because they're on the phone.
Right.
And by law.
Male or female?
It was a male,
Okay.
if I'm not mistaken. So from there, she just shuffling through her stuff still, saying, I don't know where I'm going to effing go still, and this is so stupid. I shouldn't be fired. I hang up with the person, and I tell her that we can call her an Uber that can take her home, or you can stand on the sidewalk. That way you're technically not on their property as far as being in the parking lot. And that way you're out of this whole dispute and you don't have to go to jail. Just unwilling to do that. She still stood where she was, going on about, I shouldn't be fired. This is so stupid. Why the fuck are y'all doing this to me? And we informed her that we're not doing anything to you. We just need you to leave the property. You can go to the gas station, drink water. There's other people that are standing out there. And you can wait for a ride there. like the Uber that we suggested. Then at a certain point, I remember looking back at Vickery. I believe he was to the left of me, and I was talking to Miss Martinez, if I'm not mistaken. And I look back and I'm like, what do you want to do? Because at this point, we're caught in a circle as far as going back and forth and her needing to leave the property. So I was like, you would just want to arrest her and take her to the jail, and then that way she can, I mean, not necessarily have a place to go, but I mean, she's not leaving, so it's like a violation of trespass. And then we just ultimately we agreed that that was the best decision at that point, given her state and not wanting to have her get into it with other people as well. So go to arrest her. Vickery grabs her left arm. I grab her right, and immediately she just tenses up and braces. And Vickery goes to place the handcuffed on her, and he struggles with placing the handcuff on her. I didn't have my handcuffs out at that time. I was just trying to assist with the right arm in securing it. I know at one point he lost control of her left arm, causing the handcuff to swing, and the other portion was still open, of course, which can be used as a weapon. And she's just flailing at that point in her arms. So I take it upon myself. I tell him to back up, and I grab her around the waist from behind to perform a takedown. I take her to the ground, and my arms land under her, so that kind of braces her fall.
Was that intentional?
Yes, sir.
So you tried to help me understand the maneuver.
Say like a Heimlich maneuver, and then kind of just picked up and then went to the ground with my arms under her. So that way my arms would be the first thing to contact.
Let's just stop there and go through. Was she wildly swinging the partially handcuffed arm?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did she hit anything with it?
No.
Okay. Was she swinging it above her head, below her waist, around her waist?
I would say it was more so to the side and just trying to like get loose in that manner.
Okay. What is your understanding of the policies and procedures to be able to make an arrest for trespass?
I would say you issue the trespass warning, and from there, most people, they usually leave, go on a sidewalk, go somewhere else. If they don't, they refuse to leave after trespass. It becomes a violation after trespass warning, and then you can effect an arrest.
Okay. Did you know whether Madden, so when you first encountered her, where was she in the parking lot?
She was kind of by like the front door, or maybe sitting on the curb. I can't recall specifically.
The curb at the business?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where this, so we ultimately know a van or something pulls up and records, right? Did the takedown happen? Is that the location of the takedown?
Objection affirmed.
Do you understand? Where the van recorded, or where whatever camera recorded, was that where you took her down?
Objection affirmed.
Objection to form.
I'm not necessarily sure how to answer that, because when you say the van recorded,
Yeah.
it could be from different vantage points
Correct.
and whatnot.
Fair enough. You're aware of you've seen the footage that was recorded of you, Officer Vickery, and Miss Martinez. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. were there multiple times she was on the ground? Strike that. Was she in the ground in multiple locations at Scores? Or
No,
just
sir.
one?
Just once.
Okay. Okay. Are you aware if there's any video of the takedown?
Was I aware?
Yeah, are you aware now? Have you ever been aware that there's any other video than what we've seen?
After the fact, just the video that was seen by the media,
Okay.
I'm assuming. That's the one you're talking about.
My question is, are you aware of any other video at Scores?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you ask if they had any video?
No, sir.
The form.
Okay. What have you reviewed in preparation for today?
I reviewed a few documents in the videos discussed.
Okay. Did you review the arrest and booking report? Do y'all need a copy?
Yes, sir.
John, was this an exhibit or no?
Yeah, we'll attach it as
Should be
plaintiff's
one.
exhibit 1. Yeah, thank you. Get you. Let me get the right page here. We'll attach the arresting booking report, and booking report is plaintiff's 2.
Thank you.
I've got it. Yeah. What's JSO's protocol as you were trained for filling out arrest and booking reports?
Not necessarily a protocol, I would say.
Okay. Are you supposed to do them the same day, the next day?
I've seen officers do them the next day, depending on how long it would take or the time the call of service was received. It was my general practice to do it the same day.
Are they supposed to be accurate?
Yes, sir.
It's absolutely required they be accurate.
Correct.
Why?
Yes, sir. Because if it goes to trial or court, you have to be able to testify to everything that occurred.
Okay. Much has been made, I think, of the use of the word "I" in the arresting booking report. So you are Officer Borisade,
Yes, sir.
but yet you wrote this report, the narrative,
I drafted it.
okay?
Yes, sir.
You are not Officer Vickery,
Correct. Yes, sir.
but when you drafted it, you use "I," the use of the word "I," the pronoun "I," to refer to Vickery, right?
Check the form.
In other words, you drafted this from Vickery's perspective.
I can't really recall how I set it up as far as perspective, but there's no real way to determine what he changed or omitted or took out or left from what I originally drafted.
Okay. When you originally typed that first line, did you type it, Officer Borisade and I responded to a dispute involving an intoxicated individual?
I don't recall.
Okay. Read for me the last line on page 2 of 4, starting with "it."
It should be noted that the suspect was intoxicated to the point where she could not make a rational decision. and could have harmed herself, others, and property. I'm assuming.
Yeah, we got a whole punch
yeah,
there.
there's a
So
whole
it's,
punch.
it's others and or property. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was that an accurate statement?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
Okay. Do you know what a paradox is?
Objective form.
Roughly.
Okay. What I'm trying to understand, and I have since day one, is how can Miss Martinez be so intoxicated to the point she can't make a rational decision and could harm herself and others, and simultaneously be ushered over to a convenience store?
Objection to form.
Is there a question?
Yeah, I said how. How could she be both intoxicated to the point where she couldn't make a rational decision and could harm herself or others, and be guided to a convenience store by officers?
Objective form.
I believe with the public intoxication, that could be said for anybody that's under the influence. They could be a threat to themselves. They could stumble into traffic. So if you could, we were called to the scene, we would have waited with her at the gas station.
But you literally...
need be.
Sorry. I want you to finish.
So we would have waited with her at the gas station until she left if need be, because the call wouldn't have ended until she was in proper care.
Okay, but you didn't say that. You said that she could even go wait on the sidewalk, but she refused.
Objective form.
Right? Didn't you just say that?
Objective form.
Objective form.
That's a leading question because
And I'm allowed to lead.
Yes, sir, I know that.
Mr. Borisade, my question is, didn't you testify earlier, and I'm just asking, that this all could have been remedied if Ms. Martinez had just gone to the sidewalk and she was advised she could just go to the sidewalk and end this whole trespass problem?
Objective form.
But you also left out the part where I said that we offered to call her an Uber as well, and we could have waited
Correct.
with her as well.
She had multiple options that you presented to her. Call an Uber, find somebody to help you, go over to the convenience store and get some water, or go to the sidewalk. You presented those options to her.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But yet you also said in your report that she was intoxicated to the point where she could not make a rational decision and could harm herself and others, and just gave me a scenario where she could have stepped off a sidewalk into traffic.
It's not my report. I drafted a report, so I'm not necessarily sure what was edited, omitted, replaced, changed.
Okay. Who signed it?
I signed as the transporting officer.
Arresting transporting officer's signature. So when you sign this, you don't have to make sure this is accurate?
Yes, you have to make sure it's accurate.
Okay. And you said that it was accurate, that it should be noted that the suspect was intoxicated to the point where she could not make a rational decision and could have harmed herself or others. You said that was accurate.
Correct.
And you also said it was accurate that you advised her she could go to the sidewalk or the convenience store.
While waiting for an Uber, correct.
Okay. What is your obligation to a civilian who is a potential harm to themselves or others as a JSO officer?
When I was a JSO officer, it would be to ensure that they are transported either to jail or Baker acted.
Okay. If Ms. Martinez could not make a rational decision, could she have ever abided by your request that she leave the property?
Objection.
I believe she could have.
How?
She still had the wherewithal to remember that her purse was inside the building.
So that means she could go walk along the sidewalk?
She could have possibly waited for an Uber on the sidewalk, like I suggested.
Okay. And we're giving her the ability to decide to call an Uber while also saying she could not make a rational decision. Do you understand the conflict there?
Object to
That I'm
form.
trying to understand from the standpoint of JSO how to resolve that conflict, that we have somebody that you're repeatedly saying could call an Uber, but also saying that person can't make a rational decision.
I believe the sense of rationality in her decision making became in question, where she just refused to leave or refused to adhere to any other options or what we were saying. So at that point, it just became irrational.
And I believe you. But I'm also trying to understand how you can, as a JSO officer, simultaneously expect rationality to call an Uber or to go to a convenience store or to wait on the sidewalk while knowing somebody is not able to make, quote, could not make a rational decision.
Yeah, but
Objection.
Object to form.
throughout the investigation, there's certain levels and thresholds that are reached to come to that ultimate decision of her not being able to make a rational decision. We presented her with various options, and to the point where she refused to leave. And at that point, it became irrational, where that irrational threshold was met.
What was the name of the class? High liability. How well did you do in high liability class?
Object to form.
I mean, are you asking like on a grading scale, or?
Yeah.
No, I passed the test with an A. As far as the written test, I believe I did all the takedowns and strikes properly as well that were
Okay.
taught.
What did the high liability class of JSO teach about encountering people that are a harm to themselves or others, and your responsibility as an officer?
Object to form.
That their behavior can become predictable, unpredictable. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You might experience excited delirium, which I believe I did in this case. For layman's terms, that's just somebody who is on substances where like they have superhuman strength, skin tightens like leather, sweating, dilated pupils, clenched teeth, irrational.
Okay. You think you experienced all that with Miss Martinez? She was in an excited delirium.
Yes, sir. From the time we received the call at about 5 until I was defrocked.
But yet you thought she'd take an Uber and just that she would be able to come out of the excited delirium to be able to make a rational decision?
Prior to meeting the threshold of her rationality and mindset, yes, sir.
Okay. Going back to my question, what were you taught as a JSO officer's responsibility when you encounter those type individuals or individuals that are deemed a harm to themselves or others?
Are you saying in reference to like hands-on training? Or?
No, just citizen responsibility. So you're in the street, you encounter somebody that is a threat, something that you perceive as a threat to themselves or others. Is a JSO officer supposed to just ignore that person, according to training?
Object to form.
believe there's certain requirements that are met as far as evaluating somebody's mindset and what they are capable of, and whether somebody needs to be Baker acted or arrested.
Okay. As we sit here today, do you think, and again, I know we're not really supposed to look at hindsight in the big picture, but looking back on what you know about Ms. Martinez, do you understand why she didn't just hop in an Uber or call an Uber?
Objective form.
It's easy to say, as a 30-year-old me, that the 26-year-old me should have done something different.
Fair. Fair.
So,
And mainly we're going to talk about perception reaction, what you encountered at the time, not looking, because we generally aren't supposed to look through in hindsight. And I don't want 30-year-old you to second guess this. But I'm also stuck with the paradox of somebody being arrested for trespass for not obeying orders on a secondary trespass who was intoxicated to the point they couldn't make that rational decision and was a harm to themselves and others.
mm,
Do you get, can you help me resolve my conflict
Objective form.
or understand?
I believe I did.
Okay. Hour and a half break time? Is that okay? 5-minute
Sure.
break?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Going off the record, 11:40. This is media number 2, and we're on the record at 11:51.
Okay. I'm trying to remember where we were in the narrative. I think you had done the takedown. Is that where you recall? Either way, let's start there. So you indicated that you did like a Heimlich maneuver kind of takedown. Then what happened?
Takedown. My arms were under her to brace for her impact. At that point, she tried to rise up again. Well, actually, let me back up. When my arm landed under her, she bit me on my left forearm. And I screamed, "She bit me, she bit me." And she tried to rise up again. And that's when the video picks up when you see her rising up
Okay.
again. And at that point, neither me or Vickery had control of either of her arms. And that one cuff was still on there on the left arm. And that's the side that he was on still. And then after being bit, I remember issuing strikes to her, I believe, right abdomen, lower back. And she went to the ground again and immediately placed her right arm under her face. And I remember telling her to put your hand behind your back and give me your arm. At that point, I don't know what Vickery is doing, but I just remember trying to gain control of her person in its entirety.
Okay. So going back to the arrest and booking report, which I believe you have in front of me, Plaintiff's Exhibit 2. I'm now on page 3 of 4. Officer Borisade and I informed the suspect she was being arrested and attempted to place her hands behind her back for detainment. The suspect began to resist by bracing her arms, pulling away, and swinging her arms without regard for myself and Officer Borisade. You'll agree with me that is entirely consistent with what you've said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Officer Borisade and I took the suspect to the ground, at which point she began kicking at us and biting at Officer Borisade. And I'm going to try to work on that. I've left this
It's okay.
out for 4 years, so I'm going to work on it. So that sentence is what I want to analyze. So you indicate that you took her to the ground, or did both of you take her to the ground?
I took her to the ground.
Okay. And then she bit. This says biting at you. Do you call if she bit you?
She bit me, but I know that I altered that part of the report because I didn't want to charge her just out of discretion with a felony battery
Okay.
at that point.
How am I to know who wrote what?
That's what I said earlier.
Yeah.
There's no point to tell what was omitted or
Okay.
changed.
Are you aware of? Hold on. Did Vickery say it was co-written? I'm asking you.
No,
Okay.
he said that, well, no,
Tell me.
he said that Officer Borisade did the narrative portion, he filled out the rest of the report.
Okay. I wasn't at Officer Vickery's deposition yesterday. To the extent he testified that you provided the entire narrative portion, you would dispute that?
Objection of
Form.
I would,
Okay. On what basis?
on the basis that we established that there's no way to tell what was omitted or changed.
Okay. Okay. Suspect was struck on her lower back by Officer Borisade until she complied with the loud verbal commands to stop resisting. So you claim, and when I say claim, I don't mean it derogatory.
Yes, sir.
You said something to the effect of, she bit me, and you said that was probably right before the video started.
That was before the video
Okay,
started.
fair. Can you hear commands to stop resisting on that video?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you know who gave them?
I did at 17:38:48.
1738. We'll go there in a little bit. And you think, and again, when I say think or claim, it's not meant to insinuate anything, but you believe you gave that command at 1738:48?
I know I did.
Okay. Officer Borisade and I were able to place handcuffs on the suspect while she was on the ground. As we walked the suspect to my patrol vehicle, she began to kick at Officer Borisade and I with her legs. The suspect was placed in the rear of my patrol vehicle. And again, this was Vickery's vehicle.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me about your strikes of her to Mayra Martinez at Scores.
Objection of form.
Where did you strike her and how many times?
I don't recall the amount of times, but I know I struck her in the lower back, right side area, and I know that I pushed her head down on top of her arm in an attempt to get her arm loose that was under her.
Do you know if Officer Vickery either saw you get bit or heard you yell the exclamation that she bit me?
objection.
I can't testify to what he heard.
Okay. But did you have a conversation about it? Hey, you heard me. Did you hear me say that, or did he say, I heard you say that?
I mean, from what I recall, I told him that he bit me, and even on the video, I'm seen looking at my left arm right away as soon as I get up.
Okay. That she bit you, not he bit you. You said he. But you meant she.
Yes, sir. She.
Yeah, okay. I think you just misspoke. So what we have, and we'll attach it as plaintiff's 3 in a thumb drive, is the Scores video, 1 minute and 5 seconds. And I'm going to tell you and show the lawyers, we've added something. We've added A00000. And so what this will do is it's numbered each frame. So that way we can come back and identify particular frames if we're referring to particular scenes.
Yes,
Okay?
sir.
Let me ask this question first. How many times have you seen this video?
I can't put a number to it.
Okay. More than 10?
I would say less than.
Less than 10, okay. Have you ever gone frame by frame with it?
No, sir.
Okay. Let me, that's the problem with my own laptop. Let me make sure my email's down. At least that'll shut up some of the annoyances. Okay. So this video it scores. Do you know who filmed it?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you ever learned who filmed it?
No, sir.
Do you believe that it accurately reflects what happened?
No, sir.
In what way does it not accurately reflect what happened?
It doesn't capture the whole incident.
Okay, fair. Does it accurately reflect what happened in the minute or so that it captured?
Object to form.
No, sir.
Why not?
How can it if it doesn't give the pretext?
Okay, fair. Does it appear to have been doctored in any way,
Object to
the
form.
minute that you've seen?
I can't tell. I'm not a videographer.
Okay. Let me get. Okay. We'll start with A00100. And I'm trying to keep you on camera and avoid glare. Can you see
Yes,
it?
sir.
Okay.
I can see it.
And we can move it and do whatever else you need. So, and I probably could zoom, but who's standing? Do you see? Looks like one officer's kind of standing.
Vickery.
That's
standing.
Vickery. Okay. Bear with me. Let's just do this. Let's watch it one time through.
I'm sorry. So let me know if I lean into the.
It's one time all the way through. That maneuver at the end where Vickery picks her up by her kind of arms and her handcuffs, was that in accordance with training? Can you see it again?
No, so I know what you're referring to.
Okay. Kind of starting at 1473. Kind of picks her up by her arm. Is that in accordance with training?
I would say there's different ways to pick somebody up that's wearing handcuffs.
Okay.
And depending on the situation, if somebody's actively resisting, because you can still resist while wearing handcuffs, then
Okay.
that is one method, yes.
Okay. And what I'm trying to, okay, so first of all, there was a number that I needed to look at or listen to. What was it where you indicate that
17, 38, and 47, 48.
17.
17, 13,
This
and
started
then 47, 48 at the second,
17, 13,
and 47.
47.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we'll start at 45.
Okay.
Am I missing something?
What was there?
Okay.
Can you turn it up louder?
Stop resisting. Is that okay? So I heard something that you yelled.
Yes,
Stop
ma'am.
resisting.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then when was the other one?
It probably wasn't picked up on the audio. The guy's
Okay.
truck is loud.
Okay. Did you hear any other commands that you gave?
Not throughout this video, no.
Okay. Now, what I want to understand is, and that's why we have the little, let me get rid of this over here. It's why we have the counter, is because of what I'm trying to understand is to be able to pinpoint uses of force.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And we can go forward and back. That is you in the, right here, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. It looks like at about 3670, you get both knees on the ground. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And it looks like around 1379 or 1380, your right arm is going back and propels forward
Objection.
to 84. Do you know if you struck Miss Martinez at that point?
Mr. Phillips, where are you looking at? Because I'm not following your counting. That's not a 13, that's 380.
Sorry, did I say 13?
Yeah,
A00385.
yeah.
Sorry, I'll start back over.
Yeah, so if you don't
Sorry.
mind.
Okay.
One moment. I didn't get that.
Siri. Should have brought a big screen. Okay. At 381, sorry, A00381, it looks like your arm is going back and forward. I don't want to put words that aren't there. What happened there? Did you strike her there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It looks like it's coming down 392, 393, and it goes back up at 395.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then back down to strike her about 402.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then back up about 406, 407.
Yes, sir.
And back down, landing about 420, 421.
Yes, sir.
Back. This is kind of a slight move. You mainly can tell because I guess, is that your JSO patch?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 433. It looks like you're just extending your arm to get leverage. Is that fair?
Correct. And to get by her right arm that she has under her.
Okay. This is, okay, so about 519, your right arm is going back significantly off the ground.
Yes, sir.
Hit it with my, what number did I say, 519? I'll go back, we'll see. Okay. 525, still raising. 527. And it looks like you might have hit her with your forearm. Do you recall whether you hit her with the forearm or a fist there?
It was like a hammer fist strike.
Okay. To what part of her body?
Upper back, solar plex area between the
Okay.
shoulder blades.
You aware if her head hit the ground at that point?
It did not.
How do you know?
Her arm was still under her head.
Okay. Then at that point, it looks like you secure her left arm.
That's her right arm.
Yeah, correct. Her right arm
It's not secured yet.
behind her back. And then 7:43, 7:44. Your arm's moving. Is that another strike?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 7:59 to 7:65. Is that another strike?
Yes, sir.
And then 7:75. Your arm goes above your head
Yes, sir.
to 7:77. Is that another strike?
Yes, sir.
Around 7:82. Was anything under Miss Martinez's head at that point, either of her arms?
No, sir, but her head's off the ground.
Okay. And then 7:92, your arm raises above her head. And is that a strike, or can you tell? Let me go back. 7:97. Can you tell what that was?
I don't believe that was a strike,
Okay.
no, sir.
Okay. What was the justification for hitting Miss Martinez at that point?
At which point?
I guess we can go through, let's see. .517 to 5:32. What was the justification?
To get her to remove her arm from under her.
Why is that warrant a use of force, a strike?
Because she was actively resisting and not necessarily willing to give her arm. She had it weighted under her.
What class or training with JSO taught you that?
Defensive tactics,
Okay.
just the high liability.
Is there coursework with high liability class? Is there a book or paperwork? And
Yes, sir.
okay. Is there computer? Like some classes are iPad now and have digital paperwork, or some have books. Is
No, yeah, when I went through the academy, it was only a book.
it- okay. And taught by who?
Various instructors that helped, but mainly Officer Lozada and Officer Thomas.
This video, is there anything in here that you contend you were not acting in the course and scope of a JSO law enforcement officer?
Objective one.
No, sir.
Okay. Were you administering any of these strikes to maliciously injure Mayra Martinez?
No, sir.
Objective one.
The strikes at here, like 17:43, you lift your hand above your head, and come down with your forearm or fist, and 17:64. What was the purpose of those?
I believe this is when I believe those are the strikes I issued after I removed her hand from under her, and it was more so pain compliance to to get her to stop moving her hand from resisting the right handcuff going on.
Where do you learn pain compliance?
Within the high liability teaching at the academy.
Is pain compliance striking or pressure points, or it just depends on the circumstance?
Circumstance.
Okay. Are you familiar with the general orders of the Office of Sheriff for Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
I'm not sure if those have changed.
Okay. I'm going to read a sentence to you. It is the policy of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, JSO, to allow officers to use only a degree of force which is reasonable and necessary to effect an arrest or to protect themselves or others from personal attack, physical resistance, harm, or death. Is that what you were taught?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What force are you allowed to use per your training to effect an arrest?
Object the form.
Enough force necessary to effect the arrest, but within reasonable amount.
Okay. Can you shoot somebody to effect an arrest?
Object the form.
Joy.
It depends on the circumstance.
Okay. At the point Mayra Martinez was on the ground, was she swinging a handcuff or have any weapons that were actively engaging against you or Officer Vickery?
She had the open cuff still, and there was no way to tell if she had any weapons because she hadn't been searched.
Okay. At the time you were striking her, were you under a personal attack?
Objection of form.
No, sir.
Okay. Were you under a threat of death?
Objection of form.
No, sir.
Were you under a threat of harm?
I was
Joint.
bitten.
You had been bitten earlier, but
Yes,
at the
sir.
time of the strikes, were you under any threat of harm?
No, sir.
Objection of form.
Could she have bitten you again?
She could have.
I guess anybody could do anything, but was she in proximity, was her mouth in proximity to any of your body parts at the time you were striking her?
Objection of form.
Not at the time, but she still had limbs in which she could still strike me or Officer Vickery.
Okay. Were you were you striking her simply to get her to comply, to get her arms together to handcuff her?
At what point?
Good question. Yeah. That's why I bring people. Did you ever strike her for any other purpose than to gain compliance for you to be able to handcuff her?
No, sir. I believe that would be malicious.
Okay. Okay. And you didn't act maliciously?
No, sir.
Okay. You weren't arresting her for your own fun and games, for your own purposes.
Objection of form.
In other words, you were in the course and scope of your employment. You were there was no reason you were trying to effectuate an arrest for your own personal gain. Is that fair?
I believe that's fair. Yes, sir.
would you consider Mayra Martinez, at the time you first encountered her, as in medical distress?
No, sir.
Okay. As of the time that you determined she was a threat to herself and others, would you consider her in medical distress?
She didn't need medical attention, no, sir.
Okay. It's because I have it. Oh, maybe I don't. It's probably too many papers, my A and B. That's fine. And I'm just trying to understand training, not trying to, wordsmith. But if somebody, what's the term? Can I borrow your arrest and booking report?
Yes, sir.
If somebody can't, all right, let's go to that line. If they're intoxicated to the point they can't make a rational decision and could be a harm to themselves or others, are they in medical distress?
I'm gonna object to form.
Okay.
What's your definition of medical distress?
Okay, fair. Let me borrow this. Plaintiffs 4 will be, might be because I labeled it. Excerpts from the Consolidated City of Jacksonville Office of Sheriff General Order related to response to resistance. Are you familiar with that document?
As much as I can recall, if it hasn't been changed, yes, sir.
Okay. You were trained on and I believe there's a date of 2014 effective date. So this would have been 2014, predated your employment. Mm-hmm. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this was produced by, I believe, the city and/or the officers as the current policy related to response to resistance. And I'd like to refer to you to page 3.
I'm gonna object to the characterization. This was the policy applicable during the April 27th, 2016 incident date. So
Okay.
it's not the current policy.
Correct. Yeah, no, I don't care about the current policy. Thank you. And I didn't mean to characterize it as such. This was the applicable policy at the time that all this happened.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this, because it dates back to 2014, would have been what you were trained on. Is that fair?
Correct. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Now, page 3, there's a note, and it says, starts with, members shall continually monitor prisoners for symptoms of medical distress. And then it says, such as. So you asked me the definition, and I'd like for you to familiarize with the definition according to, or the notes according to Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, please. Okay. Members shall continually monitor prisoners for symptoms of medical distress, such as behavior indicating the person is not in touch with reality. Did you encounter that with Ms. Martinez?
Up until that point, no, sir.
Okay. In your arrest and booking report, you indicate that, yeah, he has that, that she was not rational, right?
Yes, sir.
What did you put in the arrest and booking report?
I'm gonna object to this line of questioning. I think it misstates it's prisoners it's for in custody
Okay.
for the policy.
Okay, fair enough.
So I didn't want to continue objecting to this line of questioning.
You can have a standing objection. What did you indicate Ms. Martinez's state of mind was in your arrest and booking report?
Objection.
Check the form.
The additional information narrative section is formulated after the scope of the investigation has been conducted. So her ability to not make a rational decision was formed by me when I realized that she was just unwilling to vacate the premise at all.
But you indicated she was showing signs of delirium, didn't you?
I didn't say delirium, no. I said that she was strong. She was the strongest person that I ever had to tussle with. Other than that,
You didn't use the term excited delirium earlier in your deposition to describe Ms. Martinez?
yes, sir, I did.
Okay.
I misspoke. I'm sorry.
Okay.
When you
If
said
somebody's in excited delirium, wouldn't it generally be behavior indicating the person's not in touch with reality?
Check the form.
Join.
there are symptoms, so people can experience one symptom and not experience the other.
Okay. And I think you indicated when you said excited delirium that she had unusual strength,
Yes, sir.
unusual endurance, and obvious changes in mental and physical condition, correct?
No, I didn't say the point about obvious changes in mental condition.
Okay, but that you did indicate that she was, that you believed her mental and physical condition were unusual.
Check the form.
What did you say?
I said that she had superhuman strength. She exhibited that.
Okay.
I didn't speak to her mental condition.
Okay, fair enough. But in the report, you do speak to her mental condition that she can't make a rational decision, right?
Throughout the totality of the circumstances, yes.
Yeah. I'm sorry, what was the answer?
Throughout the totality of the circumstances, yes,
Okay.
that's the way the narrative is written.
And this may be for prisoners or anything, but were you trained on response to resistance and encountering people with medical distress?
There's different type of medical distresses.
Okay.
I mean, that's pretty broad.
What does the last line say?
Objection to form.
If these symptoms are detected, this should be considered a medical emergency and rescue/medical assistance will be sought immediately.
Okay. As of the time that you encountered strike that. What does hands-on mean? You go hands-on with somebody.
It's just a term letting your other officer know that you're going to make contact, physical contact with the subject or
Okay.
suspect.
And as of the time you used force upon Miss Martinez, you had made some findings that she was superhuman strength, as you put it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Okay. And she was erratic.
I didn't say erratic.
How would you describe her mental or emotional conditions at the time she was exhibiting superhuman strength?
She was mad. She was threatening,
Okay.
violent.
Okay. But at times she was calm. Is that right? When she was
Objection
sorting.
to form.
Was she calm at times?
No, I mean, that really depends on how you think of someone as being calm. Someone can cuss you out and still be calm.
Okay. But did her mood change while you were there?
In my opinion, no.
Okay. Before going, let me just do it this way. Before going hands-on for arresting Miss Martinez, did you find her to be agitated?
I found her to be obscene.
Okay. But did you find her to be agitated?
Just found her to be angry and obscene.
Okay. She wasn't agitated that she was being fired?
It's possible.
Okay. You recall whether you noted whether she was sweating a lot?
What do you mean?
Was she sweating a lot before you arrested her? Did you notice?
No, sir.
Okay.
I don't recall.
There were points during your initial encounters before arrest with Miss Martinez that you thought that she was obscene.
Yes, sir.
There were also points. Would you put an obscene person over to the convenience store next door?
If I was going to stand there and wait for them until their ride arrived, yes.
Okay. Would you let an obscene person just stand by the sidewalk on a busy street?
If we were waiting for their Uber together, yes.
Okay. What is your training regard to how to spot somebody in a medical emergency at JSO?
What type of medical emergency?
I guess that is a fair response. That's a bad question. Let me re-ask it. We've been talking about medical distress, and I'm just trying to understand this paragraph and how Mayra Martinez fit or didn't fit it. So what I'm trying to understand is the protocol and training at JSO regarding when suspects exhibit symptoms of medical distress, and what your training is on that. So what is your training on that?
Objection of form.
If a person is exhibiting symptoms of medical distress or a medical emergency, does that qualify them to meet that threshold of an actual emergency? That's where I'm getting hung up.
Okay, and I'm trying to understand your training, and I don't know the answer. So what were you trained regarding to, like this paragraph right here? What is your overall understanding of JSO training regarding an officer? Your position as an officer's responsibility when you encounter somebody with medical distress.
Objection of form.
I would say from what I experienced with Miss Martinez, it was mainly the strength, the endurance, and just the obscene language and gestures. So I didn't necessarily deem it as a medical emergency, so I don't think this paragraph really applies.
Okay. Did you try to call an ambulance
Objection to form.
I did not. No,
at
sir.
Scores? Okay. Did anybody try to call an ambulance for her at Scores?
I believe Vickery asked her if she needed rescue.
Okay. But this is somebody that was determined to be incapable of rational decision-making, right?
Throughout the totality of the circumstances, yes.
Okay. Do you know if Ms. Martinez was voluntarily or involuntarily intoxicated?
DJ Madden said that she had 4 shots of 100 proof liquor.
Okay. Did you make any investigation or determination whether that was true?
No, I took his word.
Okay.
And I could also smell it, so.
Okay. Okay. Ultimately, at the end of the video, Miss Martinez is kind of walked off and put in a police car. Fair?
Yes, sir.
Ultimately taken to the pretrial detention facility.
She is.
Okay. We're going to get into that next. We can stop for lunch. 30 minutes, 10 minutes, an hour. It's your convenience. Or we can keep going.
We can keep going. I'm fine.
Okay. If at any point you need a break, just let us know. I'm going to try to take a break every hour, hour and a half, just for the court reporter's fingers. But
Yes, sir.
okay. Unless anybody else wants to stop. Okay. Seeing no hands.
Before the Sally Port.
Yeah, that's true. Tell me about the whole hobble and tar and all of that with Miss Martinez. How did all that go down?
Objection to form.
While we were in the parking lot and other units arrived on scene, I'm assuming they heard the inadvertent radio clicks from the scuffle, so they responded to where we were. We were all there, and I believe that's when he started drafting the initial document report. And at some point, she began kicking the back seat and window to the point where the whole car was just rocking from side to side. And I believe I got on the radio and asked my officer in charge at the time if we could use a hobble restraint or tar restraint. I can't recall which exact one was applied.
Okay.
He said okay, but that she'd have to be transported immediately to the jail just based off of the general orders. And so we got her out the car and we put the restraint on, and that's when I followed him. But
How was it determined who was primary between you and Vickery?
I can't recall exactly the exact verbiage, but there's certain wording or coding when you receive a call as far as like primary officer and secondary officer that's displayed on the CAD. And while we were in the parking lot, he told me that he had to go to a robbery deployment and that he asked if I could just take over the call for him.
Okay.
And I just said sure.
Okay. Which meant what at that point? Just
If I
intake, booking her?
that I would take her and book her and wait
Okay.
for her to be intake.
What's the officer's job there?
Which officer?
Yeah, for any officer in JSO, what's the policy and procedure related to, okay, I know a garage door goes up and you enter the PTDF. What is an officer's responsibility related to booking or intake of an inmate or a suspect?
The report gets approved. You pull up, of course, like you said. The garage goes up. You park, I guess, in the line, or if there is a line, and you then walk to the window where the correction staff is waiting, and you give them the document or the arrest and booking report so they can be approved. And then from there, you take the suspect out of the back seat, and through FTO phase, it was displayed that the offender or arrested person stands by the door as they wait for their name to be called.
Okay.
And that's it.
Had you met, is it Detective Cayenne, Officer Cayenne, Detective Cayenne, before that recorded meeting? Detective Cayenne with Integrity. Do you recall being interviewed by
Yes, sir.
Detective Cayenne?
Mm-hmm.
Had you met him before that day?
Never.
Okay. What was your understanding of that meeting? What was told to you before you went in?
I just had to speak with Integrity about the incident that happened. I wasn't really sure of the outcome or anything like that.
Okay. I guess we'll start where we started with scores, and have you tell me what happened at the pretrial detention facility.
Okay. Get to scores. She's in Vickery's car. I believe we parked off to the side, which is out of the camera frame, if I can recall. She gets.
You said get to scores. You meant.
I mean, I'm sorry, not scores.
Yeah.
The detention facility,
Okay.
And I'm not sure if it's me. I think it's me who gives the corrections staff the booking report. And while I'm doing that, Vickery is getting Miss Martinez out of the vehicle and walks her up to that area by the door and gives me her belongings. And then I tell her that she has to just wait right here for her name to be called and take her into the jail, if I'm not mistaken. And then at that point, that's when time just passes. It's never ever been that long before. I go up to the window, I ask them why it's taking so long. They said they're waiting on a female correctional officer. I was like, okay, just keep waiting. And throughout that time, that's when the obscene language, just relentless like before. She's saying, fuck you, I'm gonna own you, you're a nigger, I'm gonna own your whole family, I'm gonna have your job, your badge number for this, I'm gonna own everything you do. And my dad's this big guy in Orlando, he's gonna come after you, your whole fucking family. You wish you could fucking have me. And she makes like air humps towards me. And at that point, she comes by that window numerous times as seen on the video. And I keep telling her that, look, you have to stand over here just for the safety of yourself and everyone else. And sometimes she listens, sometimes she just doesn't. Sometimes she makes light of it by like tiptoeing around the area where I'm telling her to stand. Then I'm not sure how long it's been, probably an hour or two, when she approaches me, hurled over, and teeth clenched, and that's when I place my arms or my hands on her shoulders, and I guide her back by the trash can and against the wall and tell her, like, look, you have to stand right here. They're gonna call you back soon. And as I do that, I begin to walk away. She makes a kick at me. It's like a glancing blow. And that's when I initially was going to approach her and tell her, like, don't do that. But then as I do that, she kicks again. The second one is direct contact with my groin, genitalia. And that's when I administer 3 strikes to her abdomen as she's continuously trying to kick. And it's evidenced by her foot continuously going up. And by that time, as soon as I close the distance, she looks at me and she smiles and she says, "Now you're fucked." And that was it. That's when she falls down.
What happens after she falls down?
Another officer came up to me and said, "Hey, you're on camera." I told him, okay, because up until that point, I didn't think that I did anything wrong or outside of the scope of my duties. So I walk away, and she's just laying there. And then at a certain point, I call rescue.
You call rescue?
Yes, sir.
How did you call them?
I believe it was through the radio. I can't recall fully.
What happened once rescue arrived?
Rescue arrived. They gave her smelling salts. I'm not sure if that's like the medical terminology for it or not. And she responded by saying, "Ow, that burns," in which I've never seen anybody respond like that when they've been given that. They usually just wake up or come to. So they tell me that basically she was feigning passing out, and which I believed as well initially. And they asked me, do I want her to be transported? And I tell them no. And from there, that's when they leave.
Okay, she was feigning or fainting? Feigning.
Feigning.
Meaning fake?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Faking being passed out?
Correct.
Okay. As a law enforcement officer, are you allowed to determine who's fake hurt and who's real hurt, or are you supposed to call the medical professionals to make that decision?
Join.
That's kind of how you wanted me to say what was a medical emergency earlier, wasn't it? No?
No what?
He was shaking his head no, so I was responding.
No, I don't worry about us. The truth is the truth, right?
Yeah, the truth is the truth, but I'm
Okay.
also...
And what I want to understand is as an officer, are you trained to, you come up on somebody on the street that is saying, I'm dying, are you allowed to say that's fake and walk over that person?
No, of course not.
Okay. So where are you allowed to use subjective interpretation to determine injury as an officer in JSO?
Objection to form.
I believe you kind of have the discretion, in a sense, to really determine if what's real and what may be fake, in a sense.
What happens if you're wrong?
Join.
You shouldn't be.
What qualifies you to render medical opinions?
Objection form.
What qualified me to make the determination if it was a medical emergency at the time of scores? I mean, that same question can be asked for both incidents, right?
It can and it will. But what qualifies you to what qualifies you to render a medical opinion of whether somebody's fake hurt or real hurt?
Objection form.
Being that she was able to formulate a whole sentence and smile at me and say, "Now you're fucked," the air wasn't knocked out of her.
Can you have the air not knocked out of you and have a herniated disc?
Objection to form.
There's no telling where that injury could have came from.
So now what's your medical, besides doing a call center for an EMT, what's your medical training?
How's that relevant?
Because you're making a medical decision.
I mean,
Objection to form.
we go through first aid courses as well.
Okay. I
In
want
the
to know all
academy.
your medical training.
Yeah, we go through standard first aid courses in the academy as far as the high liability.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it.
Okay. So, do you know what the physiological biomechanics are with getting the wind knocked out of you? How does that work?
Object to form.
Just from my experience of me having the wind knocked out of me, I was never able to speak,
Okay.
and you can't talk if the wind's knocked out of you. Generally, if the wind's knocked out of you to the point that you pass out, you just pass out, and there's no talking afterwards
Okay.
or smiling at somebody.
Football players get the wind knocked out of them on occasion,
Yes, sir.
Object to form.
and they go back into the game.
Correct.
Object to form.
Football players have herniated discs. Do you know if a doctor, isn't it a doctor's decision to determine whether they go back into the game?
Object to form.
How am I supposed to know if she's ever had a herniated disc or not?
Shouldn't you defer to medical doctors and
Object to form.
EMTs?
Fine.
I don't know the scope of their abilities to know if she's had a herniated disc in
Wouldn't
the
it-
past.
Wouldn't they have more abilities than you at the present time?
Object to
Objection to
form.
form.
Then why not take her? If she was that hurt, she'd be their patient
Didn't you tell them not to?
after they
Object to
asked.
form.
Okay. Okay. So you admit that you specifically refused medical attention on behalf of Mayra Martinez?
Object
Correct.
to form.
After they informed me that she was feigning or faking passing out, yes.
Okay. Who told you she was feigning or faking passing out?
I don't remember the firefighter or EMT's name.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I need next, I guess. Oh, yeah. That's what happens when they let me man the printer.
John, it's about 12:50.
Right.
Take a break.
Yeah.
Next 10, 15 minutes. I just don't want to break right in the middle of whatever it is.
Yeah, this is a new area, so
It might
kind
be a
of,
good time
and
to
we got
take a break
paperwork
now.
issues to figure out. Let's just take a 5-10.
Okay, going on record at 12:53. This is media number 3. We're on the record at 1:08.
I just wanted to note for the record that Luke LaRoe is substituting in as counsel for Emperors, Inc. Sean Colon was sitting in, and now I've taken his place.
Thank you,
Last
Luke.
name is Lirot.
Just want to note for the record that we've all have agreed that a single objection by defendants will be accepted as an
Preserves an objection for anyone.
For all defendants.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Plaintiff so stipulates. Plaintiff's exhibit number 5 is a record, to our understanding, that is the Jack's Fire and Rescue report. Have you ever had an opportunity, Mr. Borisade, of reviewing this?
No, sir.
Okay. You are welcome to read the whole darn thing, or I'm going to ask you a couple questions, and at any point you want to stop and read more in context, you just let me know, okay?
Yes, sir.
Where did you strike Miss Martinez in the Sally Port?
In the stomach.
Okay.
Stomach and like chest area.
Okay. Was she against the wall at that point?
Yes, sir.
Would you have expected her back to then make contact with the wall?
She was already against the wall.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Referring to page 2 of 6, about, I don't know, halfway to 2/3 of the way down, there's a line that says, following conveying evaluation, JSO officer having custody of the patient, PT, determined they would be transported to the hospital by jail staff. JSO officer AA Borisade, number 72073, having custody of PT, meaning patient, signed the AMA, all caps, refusal and was witnessed by engineer Brinson. Question regarding that. Did you actually sign or e-sign something that you recall?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. Do you recall whether it was a pen signature or a digital signature?
I believe it was digital.
Okay. Then the next line says, both myself and Lieutenant Snipes reiterated to the officers present that we felt that it would be good for the patient to be transported for evaluation either by JFRD or themselves. Do you recall hearing either whoever wrote this report or Lieutenant Snipes indicating that they thought it'd be a good idea for the patient to be transported for evaluation?
No, sir.
Okay. What does AMA mean? Do you know?
No, sir. I'm guessing that's, or I'm assuming that's my refusal.
Okay. Do you recall, so your refusal for what?
For her to be transported.
Okay. It's our understanding that AMA stands for Against Medical Advice. Were you aware of that?
No, sir.
Okay. What did they say to you before you signed?
Just that they checked her out. She's all fine, and it's up to me if she wants to be, not if she wants to be with it, if I want her to be transported or not.
Why didn't you want to transport her?
I didn't see that it was necessary.
Okay. You knew you had struck her at Scores many times.
Yes, sir.
You knew you had struck her at the PTSD, the pretrial detention facility, PTDF.
Yes, sir.
And you didn't feel like those needed to be examined?
They did examine her.
Okay. Do you feel like she felt like she didn't need to be examined by a medical doctor?
No, sir.
Why not?
I just didn't believe that I caused injury as far as my strikes and where I placed them and how hard.
Based upon what? How did you arrive at that determination?
At which point the PTDF or the
Either
scores.
one. Yeah. So let's start with Scores. How did you determine that she couldn't have possibly been injured as a result of your strikes at Scores?
Well, for one, Vickery asked her if she wanted any medical attention, and recall that her saying that she said no, and also the fact that she was still able to continue being like verbally abusive and just obscene.
This is the same person that you indicated was incapable of rational thought that you asked if she should go to the doctor, though, right?
Objection form.
Once the totality of circumstances were made or reviewed, at that point she became irrational.
And you keep saying that, so let's go into that. What do you mean by totality of circumstances?
Throughout the investigation.
Okay, But does that erase the fact that you thought she was incapable of irrational thought at points?
I didn't believe her to be irrational until the point where it took the force that was used to affect the arrest.
Okay, and irrational and incapable of irrational thought are two separate things, right? Irrational is behavior. The ability to formulate rational thought is separate than behavior, right?
I wouldn't agree to that.
You wouldn't agree to that?
No, sir.
Okay. What's the difference between somebody being emotionally irrational and somebody being incapable of a rational thought?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes. What's the difference between somebody being emotionally irrational and somebody being incapable of a rational thought?
Objection affirmed.
I believe based off her actions at that point, she became irrational by her actions.
At what
And
point?
as far as like refusing or resisting the arrest, kicking Officer Vickery when she stood up, those are irrational things.
Okay, irrational. But what I'm talking about is the separate issue. Again, it should be noted that the suspect was intoxicated to the point where she could not make a rational decision and could have harmed herself or others or property. Did she sober up
Objection affirmed.
at any point?
How is there any way to tell?
Okay, fair enough. If she's intoxicated to the point where she can't make a rational decision at the time of scores, which is what you said.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When was she ever capable, did that ever change where she was then capable of making a rational decision?
I deemed that she became irrational after the scuffle and the arrest was made. From that point on, her behavior was irrational.
Okay.
And that's why it's in the report like that.
And thus she was incapable of making a rational thought. In your
Right.
mind. Okay. So again, my problem is if she's refusing her own medical attention but is also concurrently incapable of making a rational thought, how do we resolve that conflict? How do you as a law enforcement officer resolve that conflict?
By making the decision?
For her?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Based upon what?
Based upon the facts at hand throughout the whole situation.
Would you agree with me that if she went to the doctor and was diagnosed with an injury, you could get in more trouble?
Objection affirmed.
No, sir. There's no telling when that injury was sustained.
Okay.
It could have been beforehand. It could have been after.
Can doctors determine the acuteness? That's what we call it. I'll break it down. Can doctors determine the causation or the timing of an injury?
Objection affirmed.
It depends on the injury, I believe.
Okay. To the extent that there's going to be testimony in this incident that to a reasonable degree of medical probability or certainty, Ms. Martinez sustained 3 or 4 disc injuries, and they were caused by one of the incidents or more of the incidents on this very day. Do you have the medical training to be able to dispute that?
Objection affirmed.
No, sir.
Do you know if you've even hired doctors or your lawyers hired doctors to dispute that?
Objection affirmed.
I'm unaware.
Okay. That's lawyer force of habit. You're all still.
Yeah.
But I get it. It's fine. When you were with the JFRD, did you ever deal with the Glasgow Coma Scale or how to assess patients on consciousness?
Check the form.
Yes, sir. There's like level of alertness. We're given cards, and based upon the information that's provided over the phone, it would direct us to a certain threshold on that card.
Okay.
And as far as like where to start, I guess, rendering aid and services.
Okay. Or how to dispatch them at that point.
Right, correct.
And then I assume you dealt with them. Did you deal with the Glasgow Coma Scale in your training with JSO?
Not specifically, no,
Okay.
sir.
What was that question you had? That's probably for later. I guess now we can do the video. It's a 2-hour video of what happened at JFRD, and by no stretch of the imagination are we going to watch it all.
Yes, sir.
At any point in time, this is one of those random things out of chronology, but at any point in time, did Officer Vickery attempt to separate you and Miss Martinez at the score scene?
Never.
Okay. Did he tell you to calm down or get away at the score scene?
Never.
Okay. Did he try to separate you from further interactions with Miss Martinez after the score scene?
I'm not going to object to form.
No, I mean, if he would have did that, I wouldn't have been primary.
Correct. In fact, he entrusted Mayra for you to take her in.
Objection
Right?
form.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know how many times you struck Miss Martinez at the pretrial detention facility?
3.
Okay, so obviously we've got a 2-hour video, and then kind of like the other video, we have a 1-minute video, 1 minute and 5-second video that we've labeled B, and then a series of numbers. So last time was A, 00000. This one's going to start with B, 00000. We'll make it a part of composite exhibit 3. Plaintiffs to this deposition. We'll watch it one time all the way through so you can kind of orient it. It's only a minute, and then I'll have some questions, okay?
Yes, sir.
And again, with glare or whatever, let me know if there's something
Yes, sir. It's fine.
besides my dirty laptop.
Did you read this part? I can't remember.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Okay.
Nice.
Hmm?
Nice.
Nice that it happened?
It says officers, so
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Oh, there you go. Refusal. I find that hard to believe, by the way. Yeah.
we done?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So frames sort of 0 through 1953. By viewing it, did it refresh your recollection on how many times you struck her? Is it still 3?
Still 3. Yes, sir.
So let's kind of run through it. At this point, was this when she was being, I guess, obscene?
That's one of the moments.
Okay, referring to frame B 130. I meant to ask, I had not heard, I don't think, and I'm going to use the term the N-word, but I had not heard that was uttered, that was indeed uttered by her?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know if anybody else heard it?
No, sir.
And then the air humping, if we can find that, show me when we'll watch it again. If it's in this minute, if not, we can.
It's not in this minute.
It's not in this minute, okay.
No, sir.
And, you know, your attorney and other attorneys are going to have and will get again another chance to depose her and ask her really tough questions. By no means am I going to condone that, period.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That meaning use of that term and demeaning officers.
Yes, sir.
That's fine. Okay. So, do you remember the communication or the conversation, I guess, with Detective Cayenne where we talked about an imaginary line?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is he referring to?
I believe he's referring to like where she's like that metal plate on the ground.
Yeah.
Just standing behind that and by the door where the woman in the black is.
Okay.
So kind of in that area where she was before
Okay.
she walked over.
So you think that you generally want your processed suspects or whatever you call them, arrestees, to be over where this lady is?
Yes, sir.
You know, was anybody? I think his name's Lucius Richardson. Was he okay where he was?
I'm not responsible for him.
Okay. Right there, around frame 387, Ms. Martinez appears to be exhibiting her handcuffs. Is that a fair restatement of what's going on there?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall her saying something about her handcuffs being too tight?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what's your understanding of kind of JSO protocol when it comes to handcuffs and inmate complaints of handcuffs?
I mean, you're allowed to loosen them,
Okay.
but given the circumstances, it's really circumstantial as far as how the person is acting or has acted.
Okay.
And I didn't feel comfortable doing so.
Okay.
Given what it took to get the handcuffs on initially.
Okay. Now, there's some communication about some jokes about, and I think it's attributed to you, about the handcuffs not being fuzzy or pink or not what you're used to. Do you recall those comments?
No, sir, I don't recall.
Okay. Do you know whether you said anything like that?
I don't recall.
Okay. Okay, let me go back. So around 7:19, a little before, is where you're backing her up to the wall
Yes, sir.
that we talked about. She's contacted the wall about 7:48.
Yes, sir.
At that point, well, I guess we're about to see. So, okay. So at 7:95, it appears Miss Martinez's leg is extended. Do you know if a suspect or arrestee is allowed to resist unlawful force?
Check the form.
No, sir.
You don't know, or they're not?
I believe I've never read that statute, so I wouldn't be able to say.
Okay, fair enough. So I guess, so now 795 to 809, I think that's you said like a glancing blow or near miss?
Yes, sir. That was a glancing blow, the
Okay.
first kick.
So did it strike you?
Glancing is like a brush.
Okay,
So,
brush. And then
that was a direct hit.
why did you move towards her when she was kicking?
I was proceeding to tell her that you can't do that.
Okay. Okay, and so she kicked you at her around the groin.
In the groin.
In the groin. Okay, so there's, guys know this answer. You can have the testes hit and they hurt like heck, or not. Did you have that? Where she made contact with the testicles.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it hurt.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So around 8, go back to this thing. So it looks like around 8:57, your arm is cocked back, your right arm.
Yes, sir.
It says 8:47.
Sorry, 8:47. Thank you. And you make contact about 8:50, 8:51. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And where did you make contact?
In the stomach.
Okay. Why the stomach?
When I thought about it, I didn't want to grab her legs because she wouldn't be able to catch herself. I didn't want to punch her in the face. It didn't feel right.
Okay.
Didn't want to cause injury or maim her like that.
How many officers were around at that point?
3 are pictured. I don't recall who's on the other side.
This is literally at JSO's intake facility where detainees are kept, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, not necessarily detainees are kept. It's just waiting for processing.
Holding. Well, it's a holding facility, and then there's the jail that's
Right.
attached.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why not try to get a senior officer to help you with this unruly arrestee?
Hindsight.
Okay. $866 looks like you're kind of extended for another strike. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you strike about 870, 871,
Yes, sir.
also in the stomach.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then there's kind of a,
Her foot goes up again.
okay, around 882, 881, 880, her foot's going up again.
Yes, sir. Right there.
Okay. And you extend about 887 for another strike that looks higher, or maybe it's because she's lower. Do you know where 887, that initiated strike, made contact on her?
It was still like in like the chest, it's like chest
Okay.
stomach region. I didn't hit her in the face.
Okay. So higher up, higher up like near the sternum?
I'd say like right here.
Okay. Do you know if she had implant damage as a result of the injury sustained at any point?
Object to form.
No, sir.
Okay.
I didn't know she had implants.
Okay. And then so we have the 887 one. I think that's the last one we were at. It lands a little higher. And then your arm comes back at 907 and it goes forward. What are you doing there?
I think I was grabbing her other arm and like hoisting her up.
Okay. And then you kind of pick her up
Yeah.
around 970. And who is this?
I don't remember his name.
Okay. Andres, sound familiar?
I've seen it on
Okay. You don't know.
reports and documents.
What did he say?
Hey, you're on camera.
Why, hey, you're on camera? Do you know?
At that time, I didn't know. I thought I did everything within the scope of my duties.
Okay. But he didn't say, hey, I mean, and I'm trying to get into JSO training and procedure. Do they teach you to act differently on camera than they do when camera's not there?
Objection 4.
They didn't have body cameras first off.
Right.
When I was on the street, and they teach you to be or have integrity at all times. So you wouldn't.
Correct.
You would act the same way you would if the camera was on or off.
But do you know why a fellow officer would tell you to warn you about a camera instead of warning you about having integrity?
Objection.
I believe I had integrity, and probably warned me about the camera due to the media climate that we're currently in and how things might look or be portrayed.
Okay. What do you mean by media climate?
Where there's a officers are at times villainized for their actions.
Okay. Do you think you were villainized as a result of this?
I believe the media told their story.
Okay. Do you think you were treated fairly by the media in relation to reporting this?
Object to form.
No.
Okay. Do you think you were treated fairly by JSO?
No, sir.
Why not? How not?
I just felt like I wasn't given the opportunity to explain why I did what I did and why I thought the way I thought as far as in that situation. Or I felt like it was also like a rash decision to terminate me and not have all the facts at hand as far as when the call was received, me not being primary, becoming primary, dealing with her and her behavior for X amount of hours, 5 hours, whatever it is.
Right.
And nobody witnesses the restraint that I did have during that duration.
Right. Let's talk for a second about drugs and alcohol and the police officer in Jacksonville, Florida, particularly from your firsthand experience. How often, so what watches were you when you were on assignment by yourself? What shifts? Don't give me numbers and letters. Give me times, please.
I know I did the night shift initially. That's when I started out, and that was from I think it started at 6 and ended at 6, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, 6
p.m. today.
Okay.
And then, I moved up to the third shift, and I believe that was from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Probably less intoxicated individuals, one would hope, in 9 to 8 to 9 p.
Right.
But how often would you as a patrol officer encounter, or during your experience, encounter people who were either on drugs or on alcohol?
Frequently.
Frequently, daily?
Or on each shift, or?
Yeah.
I would say it was more so, it happened throughout the course of the shift. You don't know what type of call you're going to receive necessarily. You just respond to the call service. People drink at all times today.
Right. And I think probably since 2016, the drug epidemic's gotten worse here than not better. But did you deal with that then with some of the drug ODs and gosh, I could name 10 different drugs, but people who were dealing with OD or near OD situations?
Objection to form.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Give me an example.
Responded, I'm not sure of the date and time.
Totally fine.
But I responded to a possible overdose at one of the hotels off of Phillips and JTB, and responded with JFRD. To get there, the person is passed out, throw up, of course, and they used the Narcan to resuscitate them, and they took her.
They took her.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The JFRD, but
Right.
they.
What was your role with that investigation or with that scene?
I arrived there at the same time as far as JFRD, so they more so handled the treatment of her, and I was there for like the criminal portion. And at that time, I believe the law had changed to where nobody that overdose could be prosecuted anymore because of the I'm not sure of the terminology or the law, but the law changed to where you can't prosecute somebody who overdoses anymore. But I was there more so for maintaining the scene security and evaluating the scene as far as drugs that are there and whatnot.
Did you ever do an intake, an arrest of somebody either intoxicated or impaired?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Tell me about one of those.
DUI driver on Phillips Highway driving the wrong way. I proceeded to follow him going the right way. And I'm calling it over the radio myself and making observation of all their movements, swaying, direction of speed, and travel. He pulls in to an establishment further on down the road, and by that time, there's probably like one more unit behind me, and I'm still doing radio by myself and driving, being the first car, the lead car. So I follow him to the establishment. He crashes into like a sign, and at that point, we make sure he's okay. No injuries are stemming from the crash. Have JFRD respond to check him out. Essentially, he refuses transport, and we take him to jail. Car's towed, and he's booked in the facility.
Okay. In your encounters with arrestees who are intoxicated or on any sort of substance, had you been called names before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how is that training done at JSO? What do they teach you about the proverbial sticks and stones?
You know you're going to get called it. For me, I mean, it doesn't bother me. I mean, of course, like it bothers me, but I'm human. But it doesn't necessarily provoke my actions towards them. I actually expect to be called that.
With Mayra Martinez in particular, you didn't hit her because she called you a name. You hit her because you were trying to get her to comply?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's a completely fair and true statement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you hit her because you were taught that's how you're supposed to get her to comply by JSO?
That's one of the methods. What's one of the methods? Yes, sir.
Okay. What were the other methods?
There's a brachial stun. There's takedowns, common proneal. But in relation to her kicking me and where she was against the wall, there weren't other options.
Okay.
As opposed to just strikes.
Okay. Do you, Akinyemi Borisade, feel like you used excessive force on Mayra Martinez at either scene?
No, sir.
Okay. Again, approval of the report, how does that work? We talked about that briefly, that the report has to be approved by somebody. Tell me about that, please.
Your report has to be approved by your sergeant or officer in charge. That's on your watch. And then once it's approved, you can give it to the jail and let them know that it's been approved, and then they process them for intake.
And there was some comment about women's correctional officers, or there not being enough, or there being some delay or backup that day. What was your understanding of that situation?
Yes, sir. I asked them numerous times, like, what's taking so long? Because it generally doesn't take that long to process an individual. And the excuse, or not necessarily excuse, but the reason I was given was that there was no female correctional staff to process her.
Do you think Miss Martinez was doing yoga at the PTDF?
Objection to form.
Doing yoga. I'm not necessarily familiar with yoga, so
Okay.
I wouldn't know.
Let's see here. No, not that. You don't want my vacation photos. Let's see. Mayra Martinez. So what I have left, and I compliment you on your resiliency. What I have left is well, let me run through these two little things. So this is a clip from, have you seen the other interviews that JSO did related to your investigation?
I've seen like one or two.
Okay. This is a 52-second interview of Community Service Officer Smith.
She was kind of like just, I guess, being a nuisance, I guess you could say. She was just like moaning, and then she just started blurting, talking, and then she said something about the cuffs were too tight, and then it tore up her wrists, and then she kind of stopped talking, and then I don't know what she said to get whatever whatever happened. I don't know what she said to make that happen, but she said something. And then the other officer, the black officer, was kind of standing there. And then he said, I think it was still about the cuffs, and he said, kind of like the fuzzy cuffs you're used to, or something like that. And then she didn't hear him, and then that's when she stepped forward, and she was coming up behind my FTO, because my FTO, Officer Andres, had his back to her. She was all the way in the corner, so it wasn't a threat at the time, but then she started stepping forward, so that's when the black officer went forward to push her back.
So we'll attach that or add that to Plaintiff's Exhibit 3. Do you recall, does that refresh your recollection about whether you made a statement about fuzzy cuffs?
No, sir, not necessarily. I don't recall.
Okay. You don't know whether you did it one way or the other?
Yeah, it was too long ago. Yes,
okay.
Sir.
And
something about the cuffs were too tight, and then it tore up her wrists.
The comment about that the cuffs were tearing up her wrist, or it tore up her wrist, do you recall that?
I remember her saying that the handcuffs were too tight, never that it tore up her wrist.
Okay. And Andres, this is 46 seconds of Andres' interview.
I'm going to object to the line of you putting videos in of other.
Okay.
He hasn't reviewed them, or it's not refreshing his recollection.
Okay.
I'm not
'Cause it's not his
sure how
recollection.
this all plays out.
Okay.
Got pinned against the garbage can on the wall, and I can still see her legs. I think she was still kicking him, but he was trying to, hold her down. And it looked like, she was pinned to the wall and in the garbage can.
Okay.
And that was it.
Did you say anything to him when you walked up to him? Looked like you might have grabbed his arm or his shoulder or something like that.
I walked up to him, because I said to him, like, hey, they got cameras here, so don't be stupid.
Okay.
That, and we'll add that to Plaintiff's Exhibit 3. Does that refresh your recollection as to what Andres may have said to you about cameras and at the time of the incident? Do you recall him saying, they got cameras here, don't be stupid?
I remember him saying, you're on camera. That's it.
Okay. No comment about don't be stupid?
No, sir.
Do you know what that means?
No, sir.
The last video I have on here, dash cam is, that's not you, that's Vickers. Vickery. It says Vickers now. Is I have your video, which I can get at a break because it's not on my 3. Oh wait, it's on this. Let's take one more, try to get started by 2, and I'm 30 minutes to an hour from being done, depending upon the video.
Okay, going off the record at 1:50. We are back on the record at 2 o'clock.
Excuse me. There seems to have been a correction in testimony.
Yes, sir.
What would you like to correct?
When I received a, request for deposition, I believe it was last year, I did call the city to see if they could do anything for me, and they had me come in and basically told me that they couldn't do anything for me at that time, and then just directed me to the FOP.
Okay. And what is your understanding? Do you remember who you met with the city or the city general counsel's office or whoever?
I don't remember their names.
Okay.
Probably about 4 or 5 gentlemen.
Okay. And what was your I don't want to put words in your mouth. I know you might say I've done it all day, but why did they say they can't help you?
Since I was terminated,
Okay.
no longer, I guess, under the umbrella
Okay.
of the city.
Okay. And I think we're going to get into, to some extent, the course and scope. Did they describe that they didn't think you were acting as an employee at that meeting?
No, sir.
Okay.
They didn't go into any deep detail at all about
Okay.
the case.
Okay.
They just said that they couldn't help me.
And then who was his criminal defense lawyer? Do you remember? I had
Tom
his-
Fallis.
Tom Fallis.
Yeah,
that
I had
was
the
it.
name wrong earlier.
Okay. Were you aware he called me?
Tom did?
Yeah.
No, sir.
It was Tom. Again, I'm trying to avoid conversations. Was there a point where you thought Tom might represent you in this? Or Tom offered to represent you in this?
I thought he would, but he kind of just said it was enough was enough and wanted to move on.
Okay.
After the criminal portion.
Tom indicated to me that, and again, this is hearsay, so I'm asking if it's true. But Tom indicated you may have information kind of adverse to JSO in the city of Jacksonville. Do you know what he was talking about?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about that.
It's a message that I received from Vickery while I was at the jail.
What was that?
At 9:15 on the 27th in 2016, he said via text, "Always a pleasure stirring up trouble with you, sir. Period. Until next time."
Do you still have that phone?
Yes, sir.
Is it still on there?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a conversation with him about what he meant?
No, sir. I didn't respond.
I hear my associate scratching. Yeah. What day was it that it was sent?
The same day of the incident, the 27th.
Okay. Hold on. My train of thought is limited here. Why would that strike you as something, or why did that strike you as something adverse to the city or interesting or related? Why was that something that you felt was significant in this matter?
Bless you. At the time, I felt as if I was on my own in that sense, as far as like no representation, just I by myself, and watching everything transpire through the media and experiencing the backlash. So just from viewing things that you would say on TV and the city would say, I figured that it wouldn't benefit the city.
Why not?
Sorry. My wife.
If you need to step out and take a call, you're more than welcome to.
Oh, no, that's okay. Just
Read it
because
to me again, please.
always a pleasure stirring up trouble with you, sir. Until next time.
Had you ever been on a call with Vickery before?
I believe I have previously, yes, sir. Prior to that.
What happened in that call?
I don't remember per se every action, but I mean, there's various calls that we went on together, me and him, and I don't really remember any one specific call, but nothing amounted to that level of force being used ever.
Right.
So.
I'm sorry if I'm looking at you weird. I'm just kind of confused. Had you disclosed that to anybody before today?
No, sir.
Okay. And I almost asked earlier, and I am going to ask now. So you read that off of a notepad that you brought with you?
Yes, sir.
And you've referred to that notepad a couple of times with important things, such as the time you yelled, "Stop resisting," right?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything else that you've refreshed your recollection with on that notepad that you feel is important in the defense of your case, or that you want to tell us about, since you've refreshed your recollection with it during the deposition today?
The only thing else I have written down is that I didn't tell Officer Cayenne that she said, "Now you're fucked," and smiled at me initially in the interview with him.
Why not?
Honestly, I believe in that time I wasn't thinking about everything that just transpired, and my mind was on just what was going to happen next, my family, and moving forward.
Okay. Let me do this. So we're only supposed to ask a question once, so bear with me. Give me the full quote again, please, from Detective Vickery, or Officer Vickery.
Always a pleasure stirring up trouble with you, sir. Period. Until next time.
And what time and date?
That was on April 27th, 2016 at 9:15 p.m.
Do you know if Vickery knew about the Sallyport incident by that time?
Oh, no. I was on an island at that point.
Okay. What do you mean you were on an island?
I was by myself.
Okay. Where did you go from the Sallyport? Once Miss Martinez walks through that door, where did you go?
I believe some lieutenants came to the jail, and they stripped me of my badge, gun, vest, said that I had to go speak with internal affairs, and that's when we went to their building. I'm not sure where it is.
That happened that night?
I believe so, if I'm not mistaken, yes, sir. I went to internal affairs that night.
Do you know if by the time this text was sent to you by Officer Vickery that he had already called his supervisor to report you for a use of force that he thought was concerning at Scores?
No, sir, I'm unaware.
Is that the first time you heard that?
I mean, I've seen it in documents, but at that time I was completely unaware that he did that.
How active have you been in your case? Let me re-ask that. Have you read depositions from the criminal case?
From the criminal case, as far as deposition
Either Mayra's or your criminal case. I guess it was really Mayra's that depositions were taken.
I didn't read hers in its entirety. I've just selected certain items to review. A lot of it I don't want to see.
Why not?
I don't want to relive, I guess, that mistake.
This line of question all started with us talking about the general counsel's office meeting, and then I guess did they recommend an attorney to you?
No, they just said you can go to the FOP.
Okay. And what
see if they
happened?
can help you, because Mr. Vogelsang helped me with my my certificate and going before the board. So.
To maintain your certificate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what meeting or meetings did you have with the FOP other than about the certificate related to this case?
I just met with Mr. Darren Jotty.
Okay. I think I asked this, but are you or have you ever been a member of the FOP, the local FOP 530 or whatever it is?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you had any conversation since April 27, 2016 with Officer Vickery?
I've ran out into him in public at like certain stores, since we live in the same area.
Okay.
But nothing.
Have you had any communication about the case whatsoever?
No, sir.
What was the text before that one? Meaning, what was sent? And I guess, do you have that phone with you today?
Yes, sir.
Can you pull it up?
There's no communication prior to that, because I also first started with Thread.
Was it the first time he ever texted you?
No, but the previous conversations were likely deleted, and then that was the first. You know, if you delete a message through iPhone,
right,
then a person texts you, you get like a whole new thread,
right,
and.
Okay, 2115 military time. Would you agree to save that, screen grab that, and provide it to counsel to provide it to us?
Yes.
Attached to this deposition?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. I think I carried that thought out. All right, so next was the interview with Cayenne. Was there something else?
Go there or not.
I don't know that I can. Do you know if your attorney or the union is representing you under any sort of conditions or reservations of rights, or have sent you any letter saying regarding the scope of their and I don't want to know about it. I'm just asking a yes or no question regarding the scope of their deposition. I mean, the scope of their representation.
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know if you have any contract with them at all?
As far as like with the FOP?
Yes.
No, sir. My belief is that they're just doing it to help me, just because they know that it was a sad situation for everybody involved.
Okay. What is your understanding of the relationship between the FOP and JSO?
they work as a union for the officers, and as far as getting the, I guess, better benefits for the officers in different regards and whatnot.
To me.
Tonight, you've probably been in contact with.
Okay, so same type deal. Actually, not same type deal because we've kind of kept it to a minute on the other videos. This is probably one of the more painful parts of today. I want to play the 36-minute video. I might be able to fast forward past some parts, and I'm going to have some questions. Do you, something this traumatic, you may have independent recollection of 4 years later. Do you? Do you have an independent recollection of this stuff?
Some of it.
Objection of form.
Okay. All right. And this is what purports to be your interview with Detective Cayenne, which will also be added or has already been added to thumb drive, which is Plaintiff's Exhibit 3. Have you seen this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you seen? When was the last time you saw it?
Last night.
Prior to this interview starting, what was your understanding of the context? Why were you being interviewed?
Just to discuss what happened and why I did what I did. Not necessarily that I did something wrong.
Okay.
Can I have a seat? Here you go. Oh, okay. Once again, I'm Detective Cayenne. This is my partner, Detective Green. How do you pronounce your name? Akinyemi Borisade. Akinyemi Borisade? Okay. I know a lot has transpired tonight. You've probably been in contact with several members of your unit, sergeants, lieutenants, things of that nature. Do you understand what's been going on? You've been informed. I guess you spoke to internal affairs as well as your lieutenant. Well, you actually don't have a lieutenant, correct? Lieutenant Sunday. Okay, Lieutenant Heck Sunday. He's your acting lieutenant, or is he like the lieutenant of your squad? I'm not squad master. Okay, but you don't have a sergeant. Is that correct? I don't have a sergeant. Got you.
And obviously, I didn't know. And I'm going to do this. I'm just going to start. And if you could, we can give you the video. You'll have the video if you want to add it in.
I mean, I was just put
Video play? Okay, totally
I
fine.
don't know who's talking.
That's fine. And it'll be an exhibit. But I'm going to hop in and out, okay? Is
Yes,
that
sir.
okay?
Yes, sir, that's fine.
Is this a separate exhibit or part of 3?
It is all part of 3. All the videos are going to be on this, which is 3. And I didn't understand how all that worked with sergeants and lieutenants, and your situation seemed to be different than what they were used to. Tell me about that.
I think, if I can recall at that time, my watch was going through a change in structure, so there wasn't really a sergeant, which is why the officer in charge was Officer Garrett, and he's the one that had to approve the report. So since there was no acting sergeant on our watch currently, and also I believe Lieutenant Hexton was either transferring to a different zone or either retiring shortly, so there was it wasn't like a clear-cut lieutenant.
Okay.
No, yeah.
So, there was a criminal allegation tonight, and that's the reason why the
Do you know who made a criminal allegation against you?
No, sir.
integrity unit gets called, okay? So within JSO, you have the internal affairs that deals with policy and procedures, and we deal with any time laws may be violated. Okay? What I have to do, per our policy and procedures, due to the fact that this is a criminal investigation, I do have to advise you of your constitutional rights. You understand? Okay. You have any questions before we get started? All right. Have you ever been here before? This is the integrity office, okay?
I'm only been on the streets in February.
What do we know? So you've been on, I guess technically solo for about two and a half months. Okay. What beat do you ride?
Off 2.
What shift?
Watch 3.
Watch 3. Do you ride with like do you got? We know you don't have partners, but do you have like a constant 35?
Last time I moved to Watch 3 now.
Where did you start at?
Watch 6.
How long you been on Watch 3?
This is my second rotation.
Gotcha. All right, the time is 12:48. Correction, 12:48 a.m. Can you spell your first name?
AK.
AK.
IN.
IN.
YE.
YE. Akinyemi. Can you pronounce it? Akinyemi.
AKINYEMI.
AKINYEMI. Okay. And Akinyemi.
Akinyemi.
Akinyemi. And Borisade, right?
Yes, sir.
Which is BORISADE. What's your date of birth?
August 26, 1989.
August 26 of 89. And that makes you how old?
26.
Okay. Watch 3.
There's times and there's a point later, you watched it last night, you get upset, you get emotional, right? Is that fair? In the beginning, there's some sniffling. Is that emotional sniffling or cold or?
Say emotional.
Okay.
What color squad is that? Blue or gold?
Gold.
Okay. So basically, let me just go over these with you. And I know it's something that you do on the streets every day, okay? So I'm not trying to treat you like you don't understand or you don't know, but it's just something that we have to do for our policy and procedure, okay? And it says you do have the following rights under the United States Constitution. You do not have to make a statement or say anything. Do you understand? Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything you say can be used against you in court. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before you make a statement or before any questions are asked of you, and have that lawyer with you during any questioning. Do you understand?
At that point, so you've given those rights, read those rights to other people, right?
Yes, sir.
At that point, did this trigger with you that you were that you might be arrested?
Not that I'd be arrested, because you can still provide somebody the Miranda and not be arrested, but I didn't think I'd be arrested now.
Okay.
Yes, sir. If you can't afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed for you before any questioning, if you wish. You understand?
Yes, sir.
If you do answer questions, you have the right to stop answering questions at any time and consult with your lawyer. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
So real quick, Officer Borisade, and I don't want to take this as something small, or I don't want to make it something big, okay? This basically is your constitutional rights and says you have the right to talk to us if you want to, or you have the right to talk to us through an attorney. You understand all these rights,
yes,
and you're good with it, and you're willing to give us a statement of what happened tonight.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sign right here, brother. All right. Officer Borisade, what do you like to be called? Yemi. All right, Yemi. And like I said, you can call me Ed or Ed Cayenne and Darren Green. Okay, so tonight we're all working, okay? And I'm not gonna really, I'm just gonna touch on the reasons you got called to come in contact with Mayra Martinez. Give me real brief, a quick synopsis of how you got the call.
She dispatched myself and another officer.
Who was the other officer?
Officer Vickery.
Officer Vickery, okay.
To the call went out as a drug dispute between 2 and 63 at Scores off of University Boulevard right by Phillips Highway.
Yes, sir.
So I get there first and we make contact and we talk to her first because she's outside first. So she's saying that they kicked her out and she doesn't have her belongings and whatnot. So I went in there to see if they had her belongings.
Okay.
And they did.
And all right, so real quick, they kicked her off for what reason?
They said that today was her first day. And then she decided she wanted to quit. And then it was like, okay, you can leave. And she never left.
Okay, so basically they kicked her out because they wanted her gone, she didn't want to leave, but she's intoxicated.
Yes.
Okay. As a result of her intoxication, at some point, she's arrested. You guys made the determination to arrest her.
No, based off of that.
Okay.
Based off of, we informed her that the management of the establishment wanted her to leave. And, like, as far as, like, trespassing and whatnot. And then we gave her numerous opportunity and chances to leave as far as verbal. And we just waited there, like, are you going to leave? Are you going to walk? Because you're intoxicated. You can call an Uber. You can do whatever.
Right. And she refused.
She refused. She just stood there and just kept, like, arguing, saying, like, why are y'all messing with me? I'm not the one that did anything.
Totally understandable. So the probable cause you guys met, you felt, was for trespass after warning, I'm guessing?
Yes.
And public intoxication.
Yeah, disorderly.
Subsequently, she's arrested.
Yes, sir.
Who arrested her, you or Officer Vickery?
That's the thing. We went to detain her and she began to fight there.
Gotcha.
So we charged her with resisting with violence as well.
Gotcha.
Because she kicked at us and swung towards us as well.
Who was the primary officer on the call?
Officer Vickery was primary. I was acting as a backup.
You was 35?
Yes, sir.
So in your responsibilities as a 35, you were there to...
What is the 35?
Backup.
Okay, so that's
the
code for backup.
Yeah,
Okay.
yes, sir.
Very simple.
Tim, you made the arrest of what you would consider a drunken female who refused to leave the premises after she'd been warned.
Are there any photos, videos, digital depictions of any injuries that you've saved at any point?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, she was requested to leave after her supervisor asked her, and then after police warned her.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then she became a little bit violent and erratic. I noticed in the arrest report, I think you guys smelled the odor of alcohol coming from her mouth.
Yes, sir.
During your communications with her. Was she, other than being intoxicated, did she appear to possibly could have been on drugs? Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
what other indications gave you that?
Just the overall behavior, the speech. Usually when I come in interaction with people who are just intoxicated, it's just different.
Okay.
But you can tell she was just on something else.
Gotcha. So now you guys make the arrest and she begins kicking. You get her into the car. Do you guys apply the hobble?
Not right away. I call.
Am I right that as of the time of this interview, the video from Scores had not made it public yet, right?
I'm unaware as far as when it went public. I don't know. I just know that the next day, probably that evening, is when I found out, or probably even that Monday is when I found out about that.
Okay. As far as you're aware, you were not arrested, charged or arrested for what happened at Scores?
No, sir.
Okay.
As far as I'm aware.
Just what happened in the Sallyport?
Yes, sir.
On the radio, because we tried getting on the radio during the scuffle.
Yes, sir.
But everybody kept stepping over us and whatnot. But eventually got her detained, got her in the car.
What car?
His car, Officer Victory.
Okay.
And then I got on the radio and I asked.
This is getting into the important part here. So I get one time really to depose you and to figure out what's going to happen in trial probably next year if this thing goes to trial. And so if there's anything incorrect, we talked about the supplement, but if there's anything incorrect, will you agree to let me know?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
My sergeant, the PIC to respond to the scene, which is Officer Gary. He responded, and I told him on the radio that we were going to tar her because she was kicking the back window.
So the communications that's going to be heard via the radio is going to be you calling for PIC Gary, you asking for permission to tar because she was already hobbled, right?
She wasn't hobbled.
Oh, she wasn't hobbled at all yet at that point.
She was in the back seat.
She was in the back seat.
Handcuffed.
You said I think you said she was kicked.
What's the difference between a tar and a hobble?
One of the two is when a hobble, or I'm not necessarily sure as far as the specifics, as far as which one is which, since it's been so long. But I know one of them is the arrested person's feet is tied together with the device, and then is threaded through her door to the officer's door, and the officer has to basically just leave it there. That way they're immobilized in the back seat since the door is closed on the thread. And then the other one is where your ankles are tied up through the handcuffs.
Do you know which is which?
I don't recall specifically which one applies to which.
Yes, she was kicking the back window.
Okay, which is what gave you the reason to want to tar her. Officer Garrett, does he respond to the scene?
He responds to the scene, and other officers show up as well. He tried his best to just use the hobble and put the hobble on.
Who applied the hobble?
It was myself.
Okay.
And we put the hobble on, and it's like threaded through the door and whatnot.
Gotcha.
And then immediately we leave.
At this point, we're to the point of tarring or hobbling Miss Martinez. What is a response to resistance report? RTR.
It's a report that's generated after either a person has been suffered an injury, tasered, shot, of course, pepper sprayed, and I believe you do one when they are tarred, if I'm not mistaken.
Did you do an RTR for Miss Martinez at any point?
I started it, then was told to stop because internal wanted to speak to me.
Okay. When were you told to stop?
I'm not sure of the exact time.
Okay. Did you ever finish it?
Never. Never got my laptop again.
What were you in the process of writing up on your laptop? Which incident or both?
I don't recall it was too long ago to recall the exact verbiage, but I would think I would have wrote about the incident in the Sallyport.
Okay. Why not? Do you agree you did give response to resistance and use force at Scores?
Objection to form.
I used force, but I don't believe I caused injury.
Okay.
Guaranteeing or warranting the RTR report.
It's your understanding from your training that you had to have an injury to justify doing an RTR report?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Take her to the jail.
So, I guess you decided to follow Officer Vickery to the jail?
Yes, sir.
Why?
It's protocol.
Okay.
Just when you're transporting someone that is already being placed in a tar or a hobble.
Got you. So you respond to the scene, you help them out, and then you apply the hobble on her in his vehicle. You follow him to the jail.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you guys pull into the Sally Port. What transpires there?
Goes to the side where she sits in the back seat while he completes the docket. I did the narrative of the docket.
What's your narrative of the docket?
I used to work with DCF, and I'm pretty good with writing reports and whatnot.
Okay. So he was doing...
Statement's all true.
I drafted the narrative, yes.
The arrest report, and I guess you were doing the docket on what, like a Microsoft Word document?
Yes, I was doing it.
Okay, so you were giving him the narrative and then going to shoot to him on email or something of that nature?
Yes, sir.
Cool.
And you wrote that narrative from his perspective?
Yes, sir, since he's listed as V1 primary officer, I believe it is.
Do you know if he made any changes to the narrative?
No, sir.
What's going on? So you're actually not in the car communicating with Ms. Martinez at all during that point, correct?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay.
Earlier question that I forgot to ask. What ways can officers communicate with officers or dispatch or HQ?
The radio, through messaging, through the CAD, the computer-aided dispatch.
Okay.
And, of course, cell phone.
Okay. How often was the cell phone your private cell phone, or did JSO issue a cell phone?
That was my private cell phone.
Okay.
JSO doesn't issue cell phones to patrolmen.
They issue computers?
Yes, sir. Or a computer comes in your car, you get a computer.
Okay. Did you have access to that computer after that night?
No, sir.
Is there anything on that computer that you think would reveal extra facts or circumstances, or add to your defense, or more information about what happened that night?
I don't think so. It was probably wipe cleaning issued to another officer.
Okay. But before it was wiped clean, was there anything that you would have had saved? I guess a partial RTR report, maybe?
Yes, sir.
Anything else?
No, sir. That was it.
What is MDC, Mobile Dispatch Center?
I believe that's the computer that's used to communicate between the CAD.
Okay. Is that how you and Vickery would have communicated about the report?
Yes, sir.
So I get a CAD report. Report. Is there a separate piece of paper that's generated for the MDC? Can I get those?
I don't recall. I wouldn't know.
At some point, you shoot him your narrative?
Yes, sir.
And then what happened?
And then I give him the narrative, and then he puts it in the report and sends it to my PIC, Officer Gary. He approves it, and from there we get all her property, and we put it on the floor near the door.
Why did it go to your, what is PIC, person in charge?
Patrol officer in charge.
Okay. Why did it go to your PIC and not his PIC?
I believe his sergeant was at the deployment that he was going to.
Okay.
And he says that he has to go on a robbery deployment, and he's like, you don't mind just staying with her? I was like, sure, that's fine. I have no issue with that.
Cool. So, you guys get her out of it. Was there any struggle to get her out of the vehicle?
No, sir.
Okay, so she comes out and she's compliant to get out of the vehicle of Vickery's car, right?
Yes, sir.
And then he walks her up to the Sally Port door, the back door to jail.
I'll walk her.
Okay, so you walk her out. Who gets her property out of his car?
He brings the property.
Okay, and then
Going back, so Miss Martinez had a purse?
Yes, sir. She had that black purse.
Right. Was it handcuffed behind her back?
Yes, sir. Oh, well, I threaded it through the handcuffed.
So it would have been, make sure I don't pop the wire. So if my hands are behind my back, handcuffed, it'd have been, do you have your purse?
Do you need this demonstration?
No, it doesn't need to be on. So it'd have been
Hanging on the link.
Handcuffed behind her back.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it seemed to have a pretty long strap. Would you agree with me to that? Longer than that bag.
Yes, sir.
Did that, I mean, for somebody that potentially was a threat to your safety, didn't you just handcuff a potential weapon to Miss Martinez?
I searched it before. There was nothing in there that I thought could do me harm.
Okay.
It was like her license and personal
Okay.
artifacts.
The bag itself, you weren't worried about that?
No, sir.
Okay.
Gives it to you, I'm guessing, tells you he has to leave for the robbery deployment.
Yes, sir.
He sends the docket and just waiting for approval.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, the document was already approved prior to her getting out the car.
Okay. So now all she's doing is standing at the back door waiting for the door to open up. You guys to let her in, and I guess at that point you'll probably hand the purse to correction officer.
Yes, sir.
Fine. What happens?
From there, she just keeps being disorderly, irate, belligerent, yelling, saying, "I'm gonna come after you, your family, you guys are all wrong. Y'all arrested the wrong person," and basically what most people who have been arrested do.
Well, not most people do, but probably intoxicated people.
That bothers me right there. Strike that. You said what most people do.
Yes, sir.
You were then corrected. But tell me what you meant by that. You want me to replay the line?
I don't believe he corrected me. I stood by what I said.
Okay. I guess he tried to correct you. Let me go back for a second.
Of Vickery's car, right?
Yes, sir.
And then he walks her up to the Sally Port door, the back door to jail.
I'll walk her.
Okay, so you walk her out. Who gets her property out of his car?
He brings the property.
Okay. And then gives it to you, I'm guessing, tells you he has to leave for the robbery deployment.
Yes, sir.
He sends the docket and just waiting for approval.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, the document was already approved prior to her getting out the car.
Okay. So now all she's doing is standing at the back door waiting for the door to open up. You guys to let her in, and I guess at that point you'll probably hand the purse to correction officer.
Yes, sir.
Fine. What happens?
Is it fair to say that the property and Miss Martinez were attached? They were together. In other words, her property wasn't kept separate from her. I think we established that.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
From there, she just keeps being disorderly, irate, belligerent, yelling, saying, "I'm gonna come after you, your family, you guys are all wrong. Y'all arrested the wrong person," and basically what most people.
What did you mean that what most people say? Most people say. Did most people say those things, that you arrested the wrong person and act belligerent upon arrest?
Most people who are intoxicated, they call me a nigger, or that's their go-to. I guess to incite rage in me, but yeah, that's it.
Okay. And again, I'm sorry that happens.
Been arrested too.
Well, not most people do, but probably intoxicated people is what you're trying to say.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So
there's other officers there that take note of her behavior as well. Like there's a homicide detective there. She's a whiskey fox shot with short hair.
Detective Simpson.
Yes, sir. She was there and she was saying like, geez, she's really like riled up. There was another guy from like CSX Royal Yard.
Okay.
Saying that her behavior was noticeable as well. From there, she just keeps going and keeps going and keeps going. And then eventually she yells, she charges towards me. And that's when I put my hands like on her shoulders right here. and got her back to the wall where the door is. And that's when the incident took place, as far as her kicking me and me responding.
All right, you say that. Let me ask you a question, because in your short time that you've been with the agency, how many intoxicated people have you dealt with? Would you say?
I can't put a number to it.
No, I'm just saying, how many times you think? Maybe 1 to 5, 5 to 10?
I would say numerous.
Okay.
I mean, I can't put a number to it.
Okay. So, you made multiple arrests for intoxication during your course of training and since you've been by yourself?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how do they act?
Literally obscene. Like she was acting.
Okay.
You stand by that statement that intoxicated people that you encounter as a JSO officer act belligerent and obscene? Commonly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Commonly?
Yes, sir.
So, besides her verbalizing and being belligerent, like not listening to what you're saying, what else was she doing?
She kept crossing the line where like the officers stand, and so the line that separates like the soon-to-be prisoners and the officers. Basically, from what I've been taught, is that they're not supposed to cross that line because like officer safety. You don't want them getting too close to like other officers and whatnot.
And y'all get into this imaginary line kind of thing, and I call it that because he calls it that. But you indicated you were also taught about that line, like, and I know you had FTO and everything else. But what was your understanding about this whole inmates are to stay over here and officers were to stay over here? How all did that work at the PTDF?
Just through FTO. It was just taught that inmates should stand over here, and you guys always keep the suspect within your line of vision.
Okay. From where you're standing in front of that glass partition, is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is she in your line of vision?
Yes, sir, because it's see-through the glass.
Okay. So she also would have been in the line of vision of the officers generally standing next to you, wouldn't she have?
Objection form.
Can't testify to whether they were paying attention or looking or not.
Okay. But would there have been any wall or structure that would have blocked their vision from seeing her if they were standing in the vicinity you were?
I don't believe so, no, sir.
So I advised her to start crossing the line and whatnot.
So you basically wanted her to stand by the door.
Yes, sir.
That line really and truly is an imaginary thing for law enforcement officers that go to the... There's no line that says a suspect can't walk around. We would like to keep control and command of them, right?
Yes, sir.
But there's that whole thing about that line is... And I'm going to ask you, okay, because you recently came out of the academy, so you probably know these rules better than I do, okay? Is there anything in our policy and procedures that said they can't walk around while they're in there?
I'm not sure.
Detective Cayenne asked you if there was anything in the policy and procedures that a detainee cannot walk around in the Sally Port.
Yes, sir.
Is there?
I answered I wasn't sure at that
Okay.
time. So.
And during your training at JSO, including through the field training office classwork and on the job training, were you taught that you could use pain compliance to make sure someone stayed where they're supposed to at the pretrial detention facility?
You're taught that you could use pain compliance to get somebody to stop resisting.
And walking where they don't belong is resisting?
You can still have handcuffs on and still resist, or still put up, or still not necessarily put up, but still strike somebody or cause harm to yourself there's videos where people are handcuffed and they shoot themselves in the back seat.
Certainly. When Miss Martinez walked up to you and did this and then taunted you, did you feel she was, what was she resisting?
She didn't resist anything at that point. She ignored my command of me telling her to stand in that specified area.
Okay. And under what authority was that command? Just because you're a law enforcement officer?
As a law enforcement officer, yes, sir.
Okay. Did any of the other inmates move when you gave that command? Like Lucius Richardson, the gentleman standing there with the basketball jersey. Did he have to abide by that same command?
I wasn't responsible for Lucius.
Okay.
I don't know. I've never seen anything that says a suspect can't walk, especially intoxicated ones, because you get some belligerent ones, okay? I've made a couple of arrests in my times, and you get people who are pissed off at you, the drunk ones, the ones that are on drugs and stuff like that, and they act I don't know this girl. I'm suspecting that if she probably hadn't ingested alcohol and or drugs, she probably wouldn't have acted this way. I don't know that for sure. But at a point in time, there is some limitations on what we can and can't do. You know what I'm saying? And the number one limitations that we have to follow is the fact that when they're in handcuffs, yes, you can, just like you said, she comes out, she passes what you would consider as an imaginary line, and you escort her back towards the door. Correct?
I don't know if I consider it an imaginary line. I mean, at what point, just because a person's in handcuffs doesn't mean they're not a threat, and they could be harm to themselves. I mean, they're told to stand right there for a reason, I feel like, because they could be a harm to themselves by easily running out of the Sally Port and running into traffic, or running towards an officer and like bum rushing me like she probably intended to do.
Totally understand, but what are bay doors that?
Right there you said Miss Martinez probably intended to bum rush you or come at you. Is there anything to support that she was doing that at that time?
The manner in which she approached me, her shoulders down, teeth clenched, there's no telling what she would have done.
Okay. She could have swung her purse at you.
It's possible.
Okay.
On both ends?
I can't recall.
Okay. So when you're saying a harm to herself, if she's a harm to herself, you're arresting her for a misdemeanor?
It was a felony charge.
It was a felony charge. Did you notify the back door that, she had self-harm issues?
No, I didn't say that she personally herself is a harm to herself. I'm saying people in general can be a harm to themselves as far as prisoners and walking around freely.
Right. But I'm just saying, let's just stay with the incident with Miss Martinez, because that's all we can talk about. Because yes, you may have a different experience at the back door than I've had, but a lot of that can't be taken into account, right?
As of that day, do you know how many people you had kind of intaked, submitted through intake at that back door by then?
I'm not sure of the number. It's probably on record within the department.
Okay. Are we talking about 100 or?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Because it's just your experience with Miss Martinez. Now, I would totally agree with you. She probably wasn't following your instructions. I would say that. What instructions did you give her?
Just stand by the door and wait for her name to be called.
Okay. And
don't cross the line.
And her response was?
If you mean this line and like touched it with her foot and also it's like okay.
Would you agree, whether it was you or somebody else that made a comment about fuzzy handcuffs or pink handcuffs, that it wasn't just Mayra Martinez
arguing with herself?
Honestly, don't
Check
recall.
the form.
No, I don't recall.
Okay. If it wasn't you, if somebody else, made fun of an inmate for fuzzy handcuffs or pink handcuffs, is that how officers should act? Is that how you're trained to act?
Check the form.
I don't believe so, no, sir.
I didn't react then.
What is it about that line that pissed you off? Just that she
It
wasn't.
didn't piss me off.
Okay.
The line didn't piss me off. It's nothing. That didn't piss me off.
So did something get you angry?
No.
Okay.
I mean, she ran towards me. I didn't know what she was gonna do. She could have spit in my face. She could have bit me. Like she still had limbs and body parts that could have attacked me still.
In what way?
She could have bit me.
Okay.
She could have kicked me like she did. She could have shouldered me like with her shoulder off the curb that I was standing on.
Mm-hmm. And what does the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office policy and procedures state about suspects that are handcuffed? Are we allowed to strike them?
Yes, sir.
Important question and answer there. Detective Cayenne asked you, what is the Jacksonville policy and procedure for arrestees with handcuffs? Are we allowed to strike them? What was your answer?
Yes, sir.
You stand by that answer?
Yes, sir.
Are there conditions? Under what circumstance can you strike someone who's handcuffed?
Somebody showing somebody's actively attacking you as if she did, or showing a disregard for their life or others.
Do you contend she was actively attacking you?
Yes, sir.
How?
By kicking me. I mean,
right.
Kick me in the groin by the black and white definition.
Okay.
Causes great bodily harm. Could incapacitate.
But before that, before when you were backing her up with the shoulder against the wall, what was she doing at that point to warrant a use of force?
I didn't use force. I directed her back to the wall. I didn't issue any strikes at that point.
Okay, but you pushed her against the wall, right?
I didn't push her against the wall.
You placed her against the wall?
Yes, sir.
Okay, guided her against the wall. That's your contention?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay.
In what way? Because she was handcuffed, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you strike her?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you strike her with an open hand or a closed fist?
Closed fist.
Do you remember the amount of times you struck her?
Is there a difference in training with open hand versus closed fist? When to use either at JSO?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about that.
There's a certain kind of slap you can perform over the air that's meant to disorient, and that would be open hand. And then of course there's closed hand strikes that you could administer as well.
Okay. Why not do open hand here?
Just because of the placement of where she was, and I didn't want to hit her in the head.
Okay. How tall are you?
5'10", 5'11", roughly.
And is your weight larger, smaller, or the same as it was then?
Since then, I've put on weight.
You put on weight since then?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know about what you weighed then?
I believe 130.
Okay. Do you know what was she shorter or taller or the same height as you?
I believe she's like 5'7".
Okay, so a little shorter.
A little bit shorter.
Was she smaller in stature than you?
No, sir.
Okay.
I think it was 30.
Okay. Where did you strike her at?
In the stomach.
Okay. And like I said, you recently came from the academy, so I'm thinking that you're you're more well versed in that aspect of, active resistance and things of that, and use of force. We're in the academy that they allow us to punch suspects that are handcuffed.
At that point, she's physically and actively resisting.
Okay, if you're saying she tried to kick you, which is what you said, right?
She didn't try to, she did.
Okay, so she kicks you. And your response is you ball a fist up and you punch her 3 times in the stomach. What part of that falls under JSO protocol? I mean, we have takedown procedures, right? If she's using her legs. Would you agree with that?
Do you feel your use of force with those 3 strikes at the Sally Port were according to your training at JSO?
Yes, sir.
I know, so Borisade, like I said, I can totally understand a reaction sometimes, okay? You're not a bad guy, okay? I think you're a good young officer. And I do believe she was intoxicated. I spoke with her and she admitted that. It's a possibility she ingested drugs. So I think with the duo of both alcohol and or drugs in her system, she probably wasn't thinking clearly. Okay, but at a certain point in time, Officer Borisade, we as law enforcement officers, we have protocols that we have to follow as well. And see, what happens is when we deal with intoxicated, mentally ill people of that nature, they'll do things to kind of, piss us off. But what we have to do is we have to remain above them.
Do you agree with that statement that Detective Cayenne said that you as a law enforcement officers, you encounter people with a host of problems and drug addictions and abuses, but you've got to rise above them?
Check the phone.
I believe I did that.
Okay.
And you are absolutely right. She has no right whatsoever to kick you as a human being, first and foremost. Forget being a police officer. She does not have a right to kick you. Okay, but at that point, let me ask you this. If the situation happened again, same situation, is there a different way it could have been handled, would you say? Or would you have the same reaction?
Probably could have handled it differently.
What would you have done differently? Can I get some notes, if you don't mind? What do you think you would have done differently? Real quick, man. Leave me ask what's up. Detective, trust you, I'm not judging you. I'm not here to judge you. I'm not here to belittle you. I'm not here to I'm not angry with you. I'm not upset with you or anything like that. I'm just saying, would you agree with me? Would you agree with me that they give us a big thing? And for you guys are a little bit different. You guys get everything on the computer now. But they give us, when I was coming out, they gave us multiple different books. We get the general orders, we get the pop.
You got multiple different books too, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And procedures, we get the municipal ordinance, the field report manual of how we document reports and stuff like that. And there's a whole lot of information that basically, you know, we're bound by, as well as Florida state statutes, right? And within these documents, they tell us what we can and we can't do. They can't tell you how you can feel emotionally, okay? And I can tell you are upset, and you have a right to be upset. But within those books, they tell us, hey, if you have this situation happen, this is how far you can go. Or this is how your response should be. We put all the emotions and we put the alcohol and the drugs and everything, and you put that in a boiling pot of water, nothing good is going to come to the end of it. You understand? And you experiencing in your young career a situation like that, I can 100% guarantee you, most police officers have been there and done that. You know, we combined in here, we probably got close to 40 years of law enforcement experience. And I can't tell you the number of times we dealt with some people like Miss Martinez, who probably acted totally out of character tonight. Because I can't believe that that female will go around and, you know, be belligerent, not following instructions and things of that nature. And like I said, nothing that she did tonight gives her a right to do what she did to you. But on the other hand, what we did, you know, in response to her, you know, emotions, do you think it was right, it was wrong, could have been better handled?
I mean, it's just like either way, I feel like either way it would have looked bad because I'm a guy and she's a girl. Like if I would have took her down to the ground, she would have landed on her hand. She wouldn't have been able to catch herself. She would have landed on her face. And that would have looked really bad on camera, just like what I did looks bad on camera.
What do you think looked bad?
I guess the amount of times I hit her.
Okay. What you just said, male or female? If it was a male, would you have been justified doing what you did tonight? Because remember something, we don't put gender on suspects. We don't put race on suspects. We don't put religion on suspects. Suspects are suspects, and they come in all shapes, sizes, you know, young, old, male, female, and things of that nature. And what we got to understand is suspects' acts are sometimes unpredictable. Okay? But that's what makes us being held to a higher standard. Because no matter what the suspect do, the law enforcement officer have to respond in a certain manner. And the manner that we respond, we are bound by the policy and procedures of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, to general orders, and Florida state statutes. And if we go out of that and we violate policy and procedures, then yeah, we deal with internal affairs. But if we violate state statute, then you deal with the integrity unit. So what I don't want you to leave here and think tonight that if that was a guy, your reaction would have been justified. Okay? Because they don't tell you, you know, or you have to give me the name of the person that tells you it's okay to punch somebody multiple times that are handcuffed. Right? That totally goes against our policy and procedure. So like I said, if given the opportunity to do it all over, what different decisions could have been made?
Walk away.
Or how about, you know, knocking on the jail window and saying, hey, fellas, can we get a female to this back door so we can get her in here? We've already tussled with her once. We don't want to do it again. She's being belligerent. Guys, help me out. You see what I'm saying? Because our job is to deliver them to that back door and then get them on the other side of that gray door. Because once we do, then it's the correction officer's issues to deal with.
But definitely, like, they don't have enough female officers, so the wait is so long. any other female. I'm not trying to make any excuse for anything what I did, but it's just like it was like I feel like what happened to like if I would have walked away, she would have thought that it was okay to do that to like another officer, and then it's my fault.
No, see, and I know sometimes these are the myths that you're told in FTO, okay? And when I tell you that Detective Green and myself, we've been in the same predicaments, okay?
Did you know what he was talking about myths in FTO?
No, sir.
When you're trained in FTO, you don't know you're just assuming it's all true. You don't, there can't be myths, right? I mean, I guess I don't understand, strike that. Are you aware of any difference between, how do I put this? Do you know what he was referring to when he said about myths in FTO?
No, sir.
Okay.
So yes, you have a lot of things that we believe in police work that's not really true. Like that imaginary line. You're the first person I've heard say that. Like, don't let them cross that line. If an officer, if somebody wants to walk across, yeah, your job is to get control and command. So we have escort positions, right? And we have transport positions. Hey, get them back to that wall and say, hey, ma'am, look, real quick. You pissed off. You're arrested. Hey, you have an opportunity to deal with it by speaking to a judge or an attorney when you get assigned one. But what happens is they escalate and then we respond. And we can't do that outside of policy and procedures.
Do you agree with that statement that if a arrestee or an inmate escalates, that as a law enforcement officer at JSO, you can't respond outside of JSO policies and procedures?
I believe that I responded within the procedures. I would agree that you can't respond outside of it.
Okay. Are you taught ways to avoid arrestee escalation? Are you taught de-escalation, essentially?
And arrestee de-escalation?
Correct.
No, sir. De-escalation.
Generally?
Generally. Yes, sir.
What are you taught?
It happened like 5 years ago, so you have to excuse me.
That's fine. What do you recall?
From what I can recall, you de-escalate by talking to them, establishing a firm presence tone, ask for backup. I guess it's really dependent upon the situation. The more de-escalating, I guess, techniques were applied to situations in which somebody was suicidal.
Okay. But let me just go back to that. Obviously, Miss Martinez wasn't hearing your tone. She didn't want to communicate with you, right?
Correct.
Is that fair?
I believe that's fair, yes, sir.
Y'all were on two different wavelengths. Fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you indicated to me part of de-escalation is bringing in somebody else. And I just want to know, why didn't you do that here?
I didn't think to at the time. Like he referenced in this video, there's officers at 40 years that haven't experienced a situation like that. So it's kind of being thrown into the fire and acting off of what was going on. And it's preached to you in FTO that you have to handle your call.
Okay.
So
thrown to the fire, what do you mean?
As far as this being like the first time experiencing a situation.
Do you think you were properly trained by JSO?
I believe there's no way to train an officer for every type of situation they might encounter.
Okay. is there any type of additional, I'll strike that. Had you ever been kicked by a arrestee or somebody you were trying to arrest before?
No, sir.
Okay. Did they practice that at JSO Academy?
Check the form.
Somebody that's arrested that's kicking you?
Somebody that's just actively resisting by kicking or kicking at you or kicking you.
It was practice, but simulation is different from real life situation where you're with somebody who doesn't want to be arrested or controlled.
Okay. Before this, and this is probably the most personal question I'm going to ask today, had you ever sought treatment or counseling or had issues with anger management?
Check the form.
No, sir.
Okay. When was the last time before this you had gotten in a fight, like a fist fight?
Probably high school or college, early college. I can't really recall.
Anybody arrested in any of those incidents?
No, sir.
We've got about a minute left on video.
Let's go ahead and change.
Yes, sir. On off the record at 3:16. This is media number 4, and we're on the record at 3:23.
Finishing up, I think there were a couple of minutes left in the video, but we got through what we needed to get through. Have you ever met Steve Zona?
Yes, sir.
How?
He came to my certification board hearing, and I believe I met him at the academy. He came out there.
Did he testify on your behalf?
At the board hearing?
Yes.
No, sir.
What was his role at the board hearing?
Came to just show support.
Okay. Were you on any social media at around this time?
No, sir. Everything was deactivated.
Okay. Why?
It's the court of public opinion.
Okay. But before this happened, and I totally understand that, but before this happened, were you on social media?
I was vaguely, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have a Facebook account?
At one point, yes, sir.
Were you friends with any other officers or Mike Williams or Steve Zona or anybody?
No, sir. I wasn't friends with them.
Did you ever know an officer named Tim James?
Yes, sir. He was. I'm not sure if he was at the academy or he was up there. I believe he had relations with one of my classmates.
Okay.
At the time.
Okay. Did you follow him on social media?
No, sir. We weren't friends.
Did you follow his case?
Follow his case.
Yeah.
Check the form.
Are you aware that he is no longer an officer at JSO?
I'm not aware that he's not an officer, no, sir.
Okay. Were you aware of posts he made on social media before this incident, like January of 2016?
No, sir.
Okay. It's been reported that Tim James posted things such as, someone just learned a hard lesson by showing your A double line in Jacksonville, 3 felonies, 2 misdemeanors, and an A double line whooping to boot. LOL, I love my job. On January 27, 2016. On February 16, 2016, if you ask me, can I go this way, I'm going to drag your A double line out of your car through your window and monkey stomp you. Hashtag real talk. And on February 5, 2016, yep, it's that kind of night already. Someone's getting a size 13 boot to the A double line tonight. I can feel it. Are you aware of
around the time that you were at JSO, that kind of sentiment amongst officers?
Yes, sir. I've heard officers talk like that.
Okay, tell me about that.
I mean, I don't recall all of their names or anything like that, but I've heard officers speak in that manner.
What manner?
Similar to the context which you just read.
Causing harm to the public?
Unnecessarily. Nobody's out there wanting or going to look for causing or wanting to harm the public. I guess exhibiting, I guess, a bravado in a sense. I'm not sure if that's a good word to describe it or not.
Okay. Did you see, ever while you were at JSO, did you see any kind of unwarranted incidents of use of force that you saw personally?
No, sir.
Okay. You described the police academy as militaristic. What did you mean?
As far as just like the expectations, and I wasn't in the military, of course, so I can only go based off what I think it would be like to go through like a military boot camp or what I've heard. Having a father-in-law that went to the Navy, so that's where I gained that type of knowledge. It's very high standards, shine your boots, proper dress, formations, saying the pledge every single day you're there, standing when people come in, stuff like that.
Okay. Did you experience any of that bravado or at least spoken threat to the public at the police academy?
Objection form.
No, sir.
Okay. Where did you experience it?
I guess like in passing within like different substations, hearing other officers talk just as me in passing, walking, listening.
Was there any racial component to it that you ever noticed?
Check the form.
I've heard other classmates say that they witnessed racial targeting, in a sense.
What do you mean?
Say they only looking for a specific race to arrest.
At JSO?
I've heard of that, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you experience any of that firsthand?
I didn't do that, no. No,
okay.
Sir.
Did you see any other officers do it that you're aware of?
No, sir. Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Did you make any social media posts in any way like these that you were going to drag somebody's ass out of the car or monkey stop them?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you keep any diary, journal, video journal, or anything about your experiences related to this whole thing?
I have a file.
Okay. What's in your file?
Just information regarding like the criminal charges. I also have a commendation that I received from the sheriff the previous work cycle.
Okay.
For a case that I handled. Just certain stuff like that. I have a newspaper. That's it.
Okay. How was your criminal case resolved?
I believe it was resolved as a adjudication withheld.
Okay. And then expungement?
Yes, sir. I got it expunged.
The general council meeting, which we talked about, do you know who arranged that? So I guess am I correct that you called?
I called the city.
You called the city. Do you know who arranged a meeting? Who said meet here?
No, I don't remember her name. It was a receptionist and.
Okay. You met with 4 or 5 people.
Yes, sir, and they said they can't do anything for me.
Okay. Is there any more questions on that? I guess.
Oh, this is the last one.
Yeah. Do you know how we could obtain either the date that you had that meeting or the names of the people at that meeting? Do you have that in a record anywhere?
No, sir.
Do you know how you communicated with the city, maybe by email or phone or?
Phone call.
Okay. Following this whole ordeal, and I mean by like the next day, have you spoken to any of the other officers besides Vickery, Cayenne, Garriott, Brown, and those present at the Sallyport?
I've spoken to Cayenne.
In what way?
We actually live in the same neighborhood,
Okay.
so I see him in the gym a lot
Okay.
and talk to him in passing.
You talk about this case?
No, sir.
Your only law enforcement training was provided by JSO?
Yes, sir.
Vickery, it's my understanding that Vickery testified yesterday. No, there's the one that you had his question. Yeah. It's my understanding that yesterday Officer Vickery was asked, were you concerned with the use of force used in the parking lot at Scores? And he said yes. That he was concerned about the use of force in the use of the parking lot. Does that surprise you?
Yes.
Does it surprise you, particularly in light of his text message to you?
Yes, sir.
Why?
It's contradicting.
That's all I have. Thank you for your time. Anybody?
Can we take a moment?
Yes.
Thanks.
We'll go off the record at 3:34. We are back on the record at 3:40.
Sean, do you want to go? I don't know if y'all care.
That's fine. I'll go.
Okay.
Mr. Borisade, when you were at the Scores parking lot and after the arrest of Miss Martinez, did you observe any injuries on Miss Martinez?
No, ma'am.
Did you observe any injuries on her face
No, ma'am.
or anywhere else on her body?
No, ma'am.
And when you were at the pretrial detention facility with Miss Martinez, did you observe any injuries on her?
No, ma'am.
And do you remember what she was wearing?
I believe it was like a black romper jumpsuit type.
Okay. And did you observe, and it was
Half cut, yes, ma'am.
half cut over her breasts?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you observe any injuries on her arms or her shoulder area or back area?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I don't have any other questions, thank you.
Yes, sir. You're welcome.
No questions. Sean?
It's Luke.
Oh, Luke, that's right.
Oh, actually, it's Sean Colon. We actually, I don't know if we went to the restroom for a sec. If you guys want to have anybody else have a few questions, or are we the last to go?
You're the last.
You would be last minus my follow-up, which is 2 questions.
Right, would you want to ask those and give him just a second?
As long as I get to go after you.
Yeah, of course.
To give you time. Have you ever responded to car wrecks?
Yes, sir.
Do you know, have you responded to car wrecks where people don't look injured?
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether or not they're injured?
Rescues actually dispatch on the call with you, so they automatically respond in that sense.
Have you ever been in a car wreck?
Yes, sir.
Have you been injured in a car wreck?
No, sir.
Did you perform an X-ray on Miss Martinez?
No, sir.
CT scan?
No, sir.
MRI?
No, sir.
Have a doctor input on whether or not the inside the skin was injured?
No, sir.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, he is actually stepping in right now.
Thank you.
Hey, Luke, it's all you. You're up to finish off. Sir? Yes. Sorry, the one time I took a break, right? All right. Mr. Borisade, for the record, my name is Luke Leroux. I represent Emperors Incorporated, doing business as Scores. I'm just going to ask you a few questions about the day of April 27th, 2016. Can you tell me what directions or call you received that brought you to the location of Scores on that date?
I received a call of a dispute between an intoxicated person.
Okay. And what did you see when you arrived?
When I arrived, I saw Miss Martinez outside.
And did you talk to any of the personnel or any employees of Scores before you spoke with Miss Martinez?
No, sir.
All right. Did you speak with any of the employees at Scores at any point during your visit out there?
Yes, sir. I spoke to DJ Madden.
Was he the only one?
From what I can recall, yes, sir. I believe there was a second gentleman, but I don't really remember his name.
Okay. And what did your conversation consist of with DJ Madden?
DJ Madden informed me that she showed up to work intoxicated and she had more drinks inside the establishment. From there, she began just acting uncontrollable. And she took off her clothes, was running through the establishment, and was something that they don't do. And that she was grabbing their genitalia.
Okay. And that all came from DJ Madden. Did you talk to him inside the club or outside the club?
Inside the club in the foyer area.
Okay. Now, in the complaint, there's an allegation that Miss Martinez did not want to leave because she didn't have her purse in her possession. Do you know where her purse was at that point in time?
Not initially, no. She said that it was inside while after further questioning.
Okay. And did you take any effort to get her purse for her, or what happened next?
Yes, sir. I told her I would retrieve it, and I went and did so. And I believe DJ Madden said that he didn't even know it was in there. And then he went to go check the back locker room area, and that's when he came back up front with her purse.
Okay. At any point in time, did anyone tell you that she was trespassed, or did you believe she to be trespassed from that property?
Yes, sir. They told me upon talking to them the first time that they wanted her to leave because she was still disturbing people that was arriving to the property, and that they wanted her trespassed so that she couldn't come back.
And what other conversations did you have with anybody with Scores? You mentioned you spoke with somebody else, but you can't remember their name. Is it possible that you talked with a gentleman by the name of Kenneth Brumbach?
I believe so.
Okay. And what kind of a conversation did you have with Mr. Brumbach?
He confirmed what DJ Madden said at that time.
So, based on your testimony, she had been formally trespassed, and at that point in time, her purse was returned to her?
Yes, sir. It was returned to her, and she was trespassed.
Right. Whose decision was it to prosecute Miss Martinez?
Check the form.
DJ Madden said that he wanted her off the premise and trespass. So at that
My
point,
understanding that she had a number of other charges.
I think based on the events that occurred with you and her, more than just the trespass, is that a decision that's made by the state attorney's office, or is that just based on a criminal report affidavit?
It can be made by the state attorney's office once it reaches that level, but officers also have the discretion to charge offenders with what they want to.
Well, in this instance, do you know whose decision it was to file the charges that were brought against Ms. Martinez?
Objective form.
Myself and Officer Vickery.
And I think her charges were resisting officer with violence, trespass on property other than instruction or conveyance, and battery.
Yes, sir.
All right. And I understand the resisting officer charge was the battery against any officer, or was it a charge against someone at Scores?
The battery, I don't believe she was charged with battery right away. I know we didn't charge her for the battery of grabbing DJ Madden's genitalia. And
Do you know whose decision it was to place that charge?
No, sir.
Did you have any other conversations with anybody at Scores, either DJ Madden or Kenneth Brumbach, after that date?
No, sir.
All right. I have no further questions. Thank you very much, sir.
I had one other question, kind of reserving on what I was saying earlier. The EMT report, it's there if you want to look at it, says that they couldn't look at Miss Martinez's stomach because she was wearing a onesie and it would have exposed her breasts. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you look at did you open up Miss Martinez's shirt to see if there's any bruising on her stomach?
No, sir.
Okay. Any other follow-up? You have the right to read this transcript under Florida law, or somebody an attorney, a party can make you read it for any inaccuracy, either in testimony or transcription. Ms. Martinez would like to compel you to read the transcript and sign it. Once it's ordered, the court reporter will get with you and go through it. That's it. Thank you for your time.
Yes, sir. You're welcome.
Concludes the deposition. It is 3:50.